Your love is patient. You fill my heart with so much peace and joy. You're amazing. You make my life feel brand new. You're amazing. You make my life feel brand new. Jesus, you love me too much, oh, too much, oh, too much, oh, excess love, oh.
the Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, on assumption of office, resolved to co-opt two key important personalities onto the board of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, one of whom is Engineer Kenata. Engineer Kenneth Atta Mensah is the Director of Hydro Generations in VRA. He is the custodian of the dam for which the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union was birthed. This co-option strategy is to boost confidence or repose the confidence that has been lost over the years
not all of us are for this process that is taking place today. Some hearts are for the good of it, for the intentions and the benefit of the hydro credit union over the selfish intentions of individuals. Some hearts are against it. Father, we pray that those hearts that are for it, you bless those hearts. And for those hearts that are against it, you change those hearts to do according to your will. We pray that the personnel who are going to come in to transact this business, your divine intervention will be upon them. The people who come here, your divine intervention will be on them. And that this will not be the last of the divine interventions that you are taking to ensure that the interest of the Hydro Co-operative Credit Union is supreme. We ask your blessings. We ask your blessings, and we pray for the commercial, the GCB personnel, that you have softened their hearts to consider to provide this service to us. We pray for their staff. We pray for the management of GCB, and pray that we continue to strengthen them so that they continue to assist us to champion this interest of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. We thank you for the presence of everyone here, and we commit everyone into your hands. May your divine intervention supersede and dominate all other interests. In Jesus' name we pray and commit this launching. Amen.
At this moment, we've all gathered here to witness the joint commissioning of the expansion of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Banking Hall, as well as the commissioning of the implant teller services. The board, in our quest to finding lasting solutions to issues of embezzlement on the part of some staff, paid a visit to Legon Credit Union, one of the best credit unions in Ghana in terms of asset value, and adapted a strategy of the implant teller system. The implant teller system seeks to address a system where staff will be tempted to embezzle funds, as it were. This system is a cashless system. Staff will not handle cash. The implant teller is going to handle the cash. There is transfer of risk component from the credit union to the bank. The bank takes receipts of all payments and makes payment to all our clients. In this regard, the bank has agreed mutually that this service will be provided without any cost. And in return, Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is also going to consider the bank first when it comes to investment. So in our attempt to invest, we would have to give priority to GCB Bank as return to the gesture they have given to us. In fact, GCB Bank over the years have partnered Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. I am proud to say that Hydro Cooperative Credit Union has over 8 million Ghana cedis investment with GCB Bank, and this has to be commended. It means that we are having a good working relationship, and going forward, we're going to smoothen the relationship further. Today, we would go ahead to do the commissioning. There has been agreement reached, which has been signed and sealed by both Council of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union and the GCB Bank. So without much ado, I would invite our team from GCB Bank to come forward so we could exchange the agreement presently.
On behalf of our managing director, Mr. Akosombo, and the entire GCB, we want to also say thank you for business. We realize that GCB and Hydro have been in business for 49 years and 4 months and counting. We started business on the 21st of July. Yes, 19th. Thank you very much. And it's been wonderful doing business with you. On this day, we also keep our pledge that, as you know, our slogan being your bank for life. We want you to know that we are going to give you the services that will continuously make Hydro Credit also the credit union for life. And we know that this partnership will not be for just today or this year, but it will be for the many years, even after we have left Accra. So thank you for choosing GCB. We are grateful.
On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union and on my own behalf, we jointly cut a sword for the commissioning of an implant teller services and the expansion of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union banking hall. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you.
The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. We have the front office head staff where they will be dealing with the clients or the customers as well as the members. From there, some of the customers are here. They are to make payments and to receive cash from our system. So the teller, as you can see, the customer has walked to the commercial bank teller to make payments. Once payment is made, receipts are going to be issued to the customer, which will be now handed over to our teller. Our teller will not handle the cash. She will only take custody of the pay-in slip and record the transactions in our system. The receipt will then be issued to the customer and the customer leaves the banking hall. In the same vein, if you have to make payments, you pay to the GCB teller, then the receipt will be issued by the teller and given to the customer. The customer now hands over the receipt to our teller, and our teller will record the transaction sale. If it has to be the reverse, you go to our teller, you write the amount that you have to receive or cash out. It is presented to the teller. The teller now gives you a pay out slip, which will be presented to the GCB teller. And the GCB teller will now pay out to the customer, and the customer walks away. We have added innovation in order to reduce the business time. That is what the board have done, and I think the board has to be applauded and commended for this result. As you can also see the serene environment, we are creating some form of luxury for our staff and members, shareholders, to have that comfort to do business. Now, we are growing, and we must grow along with our assets. Thank you for coming, and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Because it is people helping people. But we have to make little profits so that we can support programs like this and also be able to pay the staff. So that is why we have taken this support to give to you. So without what I do, I would present
On behalf of the Board of Directors, staff and management of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, I present to Kotibu GA Basic School a cash amount of 5,650 Ghana cedis as support for the campaign of the students who are writing Thank you. Thank you.
Very much. So, before the vote of thanks is moved, there is a popular saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. This is putting more weight on our shoulders to compel us to do more. We are not grateful. I'm particularly delighted that you have, I'm repeating my opening statement again, you have briefly, swiftly and sweetly responded to our appeal. We promise. I want to say that we are hoping to see one of our first candidates who was the first student in the 2018 EET to partake in the National Maths and Science Week. We are hoping to see her on air, and that is also a motivation to the rest. We assure you that we will do our very best to keep the fire burning. On this note, we invite the one who is to move the vote of thanks.
I'm very privileged to serve the on this December. First and foremost, thank God to the Almighty God for keeping us. Secondly, thank God to the Heavenly for responding to us. Thirdly, to the honorable the demonstrates, the headmates, teachers, parents, and fellow colleagues. Thank you all for making this day possible. So as we started with prayer, definitely also end with the prayer. So on this we call Miss Gloria Down to offer the opening prayer.
Of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union on assumption the members of the very department we're talking about. Engineer Kenata has rich of experiences which were brought to bear onto the board. That notwithstanding, we also co-opted Dr. Kenneth Obin, who has served for over 29 years of meritorious service in VRA, specifically auditor. He holds PhD in accounting. chartered accountant, and chartered auditor. He holds PhD in accounting. But to add up to the board resolved to undertake a cost-cutting strategy. This strategy looked at how best we can minimize the expenses of the cooperative credit union movement, hydro credit unions. The board further resolved that this cost reduction strategy we're talking about should be geared towards irrelevant costs that have been incurred, transportation, means of transport, if only they have been provided with transport loan. This led to the board making a decision to undertake a strategy of aggressive membership drive. This aggressive membership drive will require movement. The movement would be facilitated by the vehicle, the only vehicle that we have in terms of commuting. The pickup that formerly was used by the manager is now to be used by the marketing team for their membership drive. The students whose performance over the years have been very exceptional, as has been the ritual, were expected to be camped to allow their teachers to teach them or take them through certain lessons as they prepare for the BEC exam. Directors, on assumption of office, also realized that the assets of the union were not insured, and these were captured in the 2019-2020 audited report, management report. So the board of directors took steps to have them insured, and I'm proud to say that the assets of the union has been insured. There were also other activities that the board has done. The board's HR committee, headed by the vice chairman, was tasked with terms of reference to review the organizational chart, where the current one does not allow room for progression. In fact, staff are stagnant. If you were engaged as an accounts officer, there will be no room for progression. The HR committee designed a new organizational chart that allowed room for progression. There were a lot of staff who were embittered. There were bitterness among them because some have served for over 40 years without promotion. And this, we know, affected productivity. Performance output had gone down. The HR committee recommended to the board, and this organizational structure was adopted. In the organizational structure, provision has been made for HR department, marketing department, accounts department, and loans department. Then, of course, a general manager in the future will also be sourced for to manage Netco, Koforidua Somenya, Akosombo. The growing number of membership needed to be accommodated. So the board resolved to expand our office space so as to accommodate the growing number of our members. I am proud to say that the existing office has been expanded and it has been facelifted to meet the state of the art modern architecture of Banking Hall. There are many activities that the board has undertaken. Time will not allow us to talk about them. I would want to say that the board of directors report of this annual general meeting speaks volumes of these activities of the board. Going forward, the board is looking at granting loans to our members at introductory. When I say granting loans to our members at introductory, it's a system adapted from Kenya, where newly engaged staff who have secured sources of deduction are granted loans upon inception or at a scratch when they become members. This has the spirit of catch them young. Once they become members, they become yours forever. With the activities of social, we are looking at providing support, welfare, and solidarity to our members. So, the social aspect of this introductory loan is that newly engaged staff who have decided to become members of the credit union and needed funding are provided with the funds and are brought on board the mainstream of membership. The credit union owns them for life. This strategy is a customer retention strategy that when their needs and satisfactions are met, they will become yours forever. The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union didn't relent. We're looking at welfare system where members of the credit union will be part, will contribute into a pool so that when members are having weddings, funerals, and other ceremonies, Hydro Cooperative Credit Union team of marketing will be there to undertake their membership drive and to provide support for members who are undertaking those activities or ceremonies. This strategy was also adapted from Kenya. I would want to end here by saying that reference could be made in the Board of Directors annual report of 2020-2021. We are very grateful to our cherished members who have supported us over the years, even in the face of COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2019. The Cooperative Credit Union, Hydro Credit Union, so to speak, has been on its feet over the years with a competent board of directors. We have excelled and have stood up to our cause. We made a profit of 7.5 million and over this financial year, and increased our total asset to 128 billion. I will conclude by saying that the Cooperative Credit Union movement has come to stay, and Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is not an exception. We are operating on sound cooperative principles, where these principles are being regulated by the regulator. So members should be rest assured that their investments are safe and sound, and they should be assured of their recovery. The board of directors are assuring you that we will take prudent and reasonable strategies that would enhance the investments of our members, to make our members happy, as the slogan goes, a happy family. I want to take this opportunity to wish all our cherished members a happy and a prosperous new year. Thank you.
Have the short ceremony. Permit me to invite the Vice Chair to give us the opening prayer. But I don't know. We pray in the name of God the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. God Almighty, great heaven. We committed the affairs of the Hydro Cooperative into your hands in our various AGM meetings. You have manifested a lot to us that your divine intervention has taken over the affairs of the credit union. One of those manifestations is what we are witnessing today, the launching of this stellar banking system. Father, we know that even as we gather here as human beings, not all of us are for this process that is taking place today. Some hearts are for the good of it, for the intentions and the benefit of the Hydro Credit Union over the selfish intentions of individuals. Some hearts are against it. Father, we pray that those hearts that are for it, you bless those hearts. And for those hearts that are against it, you change those hearts to do according to your will. We pray that the personnel who are going to come in to transact this business, your divine intervention will be upon them. The people who come here, your divine intervention will be on them. And that this will not be the last of the divine interventions that you are taking to ensure that the interest of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is supreme. We ask your blessings. We ask your blessings, and we pray for the commission, the GCB personnel, that you have softened their hearts to consider to provide this service to us. We pray for their staff. We pray for the management of GCB, and pray that we continue to strengthen them so that they continue to assist us to champion this interest of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. We thank you for the presence of everyone here, and we commit everyone into your hands. May your divine intervention supersede and dominate all other interests. In Jesus' name, we pray and commit this launching. Amen. At this moment, we've all gathered here to witness the joint commissioning of the expansion of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Banking Hall, as well as the commissioning of the implant teller services. The board, in our quest to finding lasting solutions to issues of embezzlement on the part of some staff, paid a visit to Legon Credit Union, one of the best credit unions in Ghana in terms of asset value, and adapted a strategy of the implant teller system. The implant teller system seeks to address a system where staff will be tempted to embezzle funds, as it were. This system is a cashless system. Staff will not handle cash. The implant teller is going to handle the cash. There is transfer of risk component from the credit union to the bank. The bank takes receipts of all payments and makes payment to all our clients. In this regard, the bank has agreed mutually that this service will be provided without any cost. And in return, Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is also going to consider the bank first when it comes to investment. So in our attempt to invest, we would have to give priority to GCB Bank as return to the gesture they have given to us. In fact, GCB Bank over the years have partnered Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. I am proud to say that Hydro Cooperative Credit Union has over 8 million Ghana cedis investment with GCB Bank, and this has to be commended. It means that we are having a good working relationship, and going forward, we're going to smoothen the relationship further. Today, we would go ahead to do the commissioning. There has been an agreement reached, which has been signed and sealed by both Council of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union and the GCB Bank. So without much ado, I would invite our team from GCB Bank to come forward so we could exchange the agreement presently.
On behalf of our managing director, Mr. Akosombo, and the entire GCB team, we want to also say thank you for business. We realize that GCB and Hydro have been in business for 49 years and 4 months and counting. We started business on the 21st of July. Yes, thank you very much. And it's been wonderful doing business with you. On this day, we also keep our pledge that, as you know, our slogan being your bank for life. We want you to know that we are going to give you the services that will continuously make Hydro Credit also the credit union for life. And we know that this partnership will not be for just today or this year, but it will be for the many years, even after we have left the board. So thank you for choosing GCB. We are grateful.
On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union and on my own behalf, we jointly cut a sword for the commissioning of an implant teller services and the expansion of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union banking hall. In the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you.
Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. We have the front office ex-staff where they will be dealing with the clients or the customers as well as the members. From there, some of the customers are here. They are to make payments and to receive cash from our system. So the teller, as you can see, the customer has walked to the commercial bank teller to make payments. Once payment is made, receipts are going to be issued to the customer, which will be now handed over to our teller. Our teller will not handle the cash. She will only take custody of the pay-in slip and record the transactions in our system. The receipt will then be issued to the customer, and the customer leaves the banking hall. In the same vein, if you have to make payments, you pay to the GCB teller, then the receipt will be issued by the teller and given to the customer. The customer now hands over the receipt to our teller, and our teller will record the transaction sale. If it has to be the reverse, you go to our teller, you write the amount that you have to receive or cash out. It is presented to the teller. The teller now gives you a pay out slip, which will be presented to the GCB teller. And the GCB teller will now pay out to the customer, and the customer walks away. We have added innovation in order to reduce the business time. That is what the board have done, and I think the board has to be applauded and commended for this project. As you can also see the serene environment, we are creating some form of luxury for our staff and members, shareholders, to have that comfort to do business. Now, we are growing, and we must grow along with our assets. Thank you for coming, and we are very grateful. Thank you.
Because it is people helping people. But we have to make little profits so that we can support programs like this and also be able to pay the staff. So that is why we have taken this support to give to you. So without much ado, I would present
on behalf of the board of directors, staff and management of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, I present to Kotebu DA Basic School a cash amount of 5,650 Ghana cedis as support for the campaign of the students who are writing Thank you. Thank you.
Before the vote of thanks is moved, there is a popular saying, to whom much is given, much is expected. This is putting more weight on our shoulders to compel us to do more. We are not grateful. I'm particularly delighted that you have, I'm repeating my opening statement again, you have briefly, swiftly and sweetly responded to our appeal. We promise. I want to say that we are hoping to see one of our first candidates who was the best student in the 2018 DET to partake in the National Maths and Science Week. We are hoping to see her on air, and that is also a motivation to the rest. So we assure you that we will do our very best to keep the fire burning. On this note, we invite the one who is to move the vote of thanks.
I'm very privileged to serve the on this December. First and foremost, thank God to the Almighty God for giving us. Secondly, thank God to the Heavenly for responding to us. Thirdly, to the honorable that demonstrate the teachers, parents, and fellow colleagues. Thank you all for making this day.
With prayer, definitely also end with the prayer. So this is called Miss Gloria Down. Welcome to the opening prayer.
We are rejoicing because we did it once again in our life. In this moment, we pray committing the Hydro Union into your hands. As they remembered us this day and bless us. Heavenly Father, bless them. Bless the union. Let the union grow from grace to grace. As we have ended our program, we ask for traveling mercy. Grant them traveling mercy, so that we will reach their destination. We shall give you all the glory and honor. This and many others we ask in Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
The Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, on assumption of office, resolved to co-opt two key important personalities onto the board of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. One of whom is Engineer Kenata. Engineer Kenneth Atta Mensah is the Director of Hydro Generations in VRA. He is the custodian of the dam for which the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union was birthed. This co-option strategy is to boost confidence or repose the confidence that has been lost over the years in the members of the very department we're talking about. Engineer Kenata has rich of experiences which were brought to bear onto the board. That notwithstanding, we also co-opted Dr. Kenneth Kwejo Obin, who has served for over 29 years of meritorious service in VRA, specifically in the finance department. Dr. Kwejo Obin is a chartered banker, chartered accountant, and chartered auditor. He holds PhD in accounting. With these rich experiences that came up to add up to the board resolved to undertake a cost-cutting strategy. This strategy looked at how best we can minimize the expenses of the cooperative credit union movement, Hydro Credit Union. The board further resolved that this cost reduction strategy we're talking about should be geared towards irrelevant costs that over the years have been incurred. The board looked at transportation. Staff over the years have been granted transport loans to help them commute from and to work. However, they were not using these vehicles that were supposed to be procured and used as means of transport to work. And this inured to cost to the union. The board advised management that hence every staff should commute to work with his or her means of transport, if only they have been provided with transport loan. This led to the board making a decision to undertake a strategy of aggressive membership drive. This aggressive membership drive will require movement. The movement would be facilitated by the vehicle, the only vehicle that we have in terms of commuting. The pickup that formerly was used by the manager is now to be used by the marketing team for their membership drive. The students whose performance over the years have been very exceptional, as has been the ritual, were expected to be camped to allow their teachers to teach them or take them through certain lessons as they prepare for the BECE exam. Directors, on assumption of office, also realized that the assets of the union were not insured. And these were captured in the 2019-2020 audited report, management report. So the board of directors took steps to have them insured. And I'm proud to say that the assets of the union has been insured. There were also other activities that the board has done. The board's HR committee, headed by the vice chairman, was tasked with terms of reference to review the organizational chart, where the current one does not allow room for progression. In fact, staff are stagnant. If you were engaged as an accounts officer, there will be no room for progression. The HR committee designed a new organizational chart that allowed room for progression. There were a lot of staff who were embittered. There were bitterness among them because some have served for over 40 years without promotion. And this, we know, affected productivity. Performance output had gone down. The HR committee recommended to the board, and this organizational structure was adopted. In the organizational structure, provision has been made for HR department, marketing department, accounts department, and loans department. Then, of course, a general manager in the future will also be sourced for to manage NETCO, Koforidua Somenya, Akosombo. The growing number of membership needed to be accommodated. So the board resolved to expand our office space so as to accommodate the growing number of our members. I am proud to say that the existing office has been expanded and it has been facelifted to meet the state of the art modern architecture of Banking Hall. There are many activities that the board has undertaken. Time will not allow us to talk about them. I would want to say that the board of directors report of this annual general meeting speaks volumes of these activities of the board. Going forward, the board is looking at granting loans to our members at introductory. When I say granting loans to our members at introductory, it's a system adapted from Kenya, where newly engaged staff who have secured sources of deduction are granted loans upon inception or at the scratch when they become members. This has the spirit of catch them young. Once they become members, they become yours forever. with the activities of social, we are looking at providing support, welfare, and solidarity to our members. So, the social aspect of this introductory loan is that newly engaged staff who have decided to become members of the credit union and needed funding are provided with the funds and are brought on board the mainstream of membership. The credit union owns them for life. This strategy is a customer retention strategy, that when their needs and satisfactions are met, they will become yours forever. The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union didn't relent. We're looking at welfare system where members of the credit union will be part, will contribute into a pool, so that when members are having weddings, funerals, and other ceremonies, Hydro Cooperative Credit Union team of marketing will be there to undertake their membership drive and to provide support for members who are undertaking those activities or ceremonies. This strategy was also adapted from Kenya. I would want to end here by saying that reference could be made in the Board of Directors annual report of 2020-2021. We are very grateful to our cherished members who have supported us over the years, even in the face of COVID-19 pandemic and the aftermath of the financial crisis in 2019. The Cooperative Credit Union, Hydro Credit Union, so to speak, has been on its feet over the years with a competent board of directors. We have excelled and have stood up to our odds. We made a profit of 7.5 million and over this financial year, and increased our total asset to 128 billion. I will conclude by saying that the cooperative credit union movement has come to stay, and Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is not an exception. We are operating on sound.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We'd like to call this meeting to order, and as you're standing in MC, we'd like to call this meeting to order, and as you're standing in MC, I'll do my best to hear the affairs of this particular meeting, the 41st AGM of the Hydro Credit Union, to a successful end. And on that note, I call on Mr. Akosombo to give us the opening prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shall we pray? Daddy Lord, we thank you. Over 50 years of existence, COVID-19, second of which financial turbulences in the country. You have been precious to Hydro. We appreciate and we thank you. We pray and commit our 41st annual general meeting into your hands. We commit all the various speakers into your hands. Come bless our gathering with unity, hope, and vision. In Jesus' name, amen.
So let's shout a big amen. Amen. And let's give him a round of applause. Let's try and make the meeting as lively as possible. And let's get everybody involved. You know, the cooperative movement is a movement of involvement. And everyone must be placed on board to ensure that our team, you know, the cooperative movement is a movement of involvement. And everyone must be placed on board to ensure that our activities are successful. The next on the agenda, which is in page 19, you can all refer to it, is the credit union song. And we'll call on Mr. Edward Ejapa to lead us with the credit union song. The song is at the other side of the booklet. That is page 18. If you don't have it on mind, you can just follow with the reading. Fine with us. Mr. Edward Ejapa. Madam Dorcas will help us understand Mr. Ejapa is not around. So let's all rise, and very beautiful voice will lead us in singing the credit union song.
Let's sing it. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. We'll stop and sing. It's a small world after all. 1, 2. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world. It's a small world after all. It's a world of love. It's a world of tears and tears. It's a credit union world. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small, small world.
So let me see you waving your hand. Hey, 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 hey. It's a small world after all. And that is how cooperative movements sees itself. We hold each other's hand. And indeed, it's a small world. I was asking myself whether you all understand what cooperative movement is about. The credit union is a cooperative movement. And when we take the understanding to be in our villages, what we normally call Nobwa. I don't know whether the others, how they pronounce it, but in Akan it is Nobwa. We you call your friends and sort of help each other. So the cooperative movement, that is how it is. It's not a business that is supposed to make profit, but it's supposed to sustain itself. So it means we call upon each other, we hold each other's hand, we support each other. The savings that you make is what we use to support the needs of the others who also require those assistance. Thank you, and let's understand that process and ensure that we are able to sustain our credit union, and let us help each other as we move forward. For 51 years we have done that, and we expect that going forward into our 75th anniversary, it will be a wonderful credit union that has existed over the period. Now, without wasting much time, I would like to introduce the dignitaries that are around. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of the AMC manager, the mayor of Akosombo, Mrs. Vivian Yeboah. I also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Tete Aholu, former board chairman and one of the pillars of the Highway Credit Union. He was the former area finance manager in Akosombo. Let's give Mr. Aholu a very warm welcome. He has been a power of strength for the credit union when he was in active service. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Patrick Ejekusi, Regional Director of Co-operative. Oh, let's do it better. The whole Regional Director of Cooperatives for Eastern Region. We have the Eastern Chapter of credit unions, of which Hydro Credit Union belongs, and it's the best credit union in the Eastern Chapter. Let's give ourselves a round of applause, and let's do it better because we achieved it on merit, and we'll continue to do that. Let's also welcome Mr. Romeo Odonko, Head of Audit Credit Union Association in Accra. Normally, auditors don't receive very good applause because we all understand that their green pens don't normally give us a briefing space. But this time, let's give Mr. Romeo Odonko a very warm welcome. And his colleague, Dorcas Ofori, who's also an auditor from Credit Union Eastern Region. Madam Dorcas, you are welcome. We also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Mokoko Jikunu, former board chairman, or immediate past board chairman. Mr. Jikunu, you are welcome. Then also, let me take the advantage to introduce the board members as they sit. From the extreme right, the Eastern Chapter manager, if you are here, let me recognize your presence. So let's recognize the presence of the manager, Credit Union Eastern Chapter. There's a difference between the cooperative department, that is our regulator at the government level, and then we have the Credit Union Association, that is the regulator for the credit union. So the CUA is a member of the cooperative movement itself. So let's welcome our Eastern Chapter manager. And let's do it well. I think the breakfast hasn't taken place. The hands are not slapping itself as much as possible. Yeah, before I introduce the board members, let me also recognize the presence of Mr. Ralph Punamani, the former board chairman of the credit union. He's their activities that have brought the credit union to this far. There is a very important dignitary among ourselves here, and I'll introduce him after I've introduced the board members and then the board subcommittee members who are lined up at the right hand there. In fact, their works are what have sustained the credit union till today, and it's very important that we recognize their presence. At the immediate right there is our board secretary, Mr. Eugene Opoku Africa. He's an honorable, so when you are clapping, you have to ask more things. I'll not mention the honorable level now, but that one, when you see me in chambers, I'll add that to it. Then to the immediate, the other side from my left is Mr. James Adomu, the vice chairman of the board. Then following him directly is Mr. HCCUL, the board chairman. Mr. Bisi Asare HCCUL, the board chairman. And then to my immediate left here is our own engineer Henata, the director hydro generation. Then myself here, Dr. Kenneth Obey, the finance and audit committee sub-chairman of the board. And the standing MC for this program. Then we have Mr. Ofer Banting, the treasurer. And then Mr. Rubin Akrin is the assistant board treasurer. Mr. Rubin. If they can see you well. Then Mr. Bedu, our board member also is here. Mr. Bedu, they would like to see you. So let's give him a clap of him. He has been on the board for a long period, represented the board at the Eastern chapter to the national level, and his expertise is really impacting the board. Mr. Justice Kofi Bedu. Welcome, Mr. Justice Kofi. Then the other board member is Mr. Abidjan, Engineer Abidjan, who is the Assistant Secretary. He is currently at the Akosombo UP Church location, controlling affairs at the place. So Abidjan, if you can see us, we are waving to you. And let's give him a clap of please. Now to my able committee members, I'll start with the supervisory committee. Virtually, they are the auditors of the credit union, and their activities really impact the progress and sustainability of the credit union. And we'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Emmanuel Enim Sakom, chairman of the supervisory committee. Thank you, Mr. Enim Sakom. And then also we have Mr. Frank Nash, my own son, who is the secretary to the supervisory committee. And then Mr. David Buedu Buahin, a member of the supervisory committee. The union would like to recognize your efforts and your good works in sustaining the assets of the credit union. Then we would like to look at the loans committee. In fact, for them, they are known by almost everyone because we all go there, even in short notice. And we are working towards getting your loans within 24 hours. It will hit your bank account direct. So their activities are also recognized here. And we have Mr. Robert Sowa as the chairman of the loans committee. Then we have Mr. Patrick Senior Adepa, who is the secretary to the loans committee. I think Mr. Adepa is at the downtown, no, so many location, monitoring affairs from there. And then we have Mr. Desmond Noah Pepe, who is also a member of the loans committee, also at so many. Let me just remind the team here, or everyone, that we have set up the main point at EP Church downtown, ready to accommodate about 200 members of our union on a live beam at the church there. So as we are speaking here, they are also looking at us, and it's a very important activity, and we recognize that location as a main point. We will liaise with them in the course of questions and answers and others, so that they can all participate. So you are not left behind. Those at EP Church, we can see you from here. So rest assured that we are with you live on this program. Then also we have Somenya Methodist Church, where we have created a space live there for about 100 participants, and they are also online and live on this particular activity. And then it's also live on all your phones. So those who can't join us, it's live on your phones, Facebook, YouTube, and we want every one of our 11,000 members to participate in this particular program online. So we hope you have all joined us together, and we move forward in ensuring that our credit union moves from strength to strength, and then grow from strength to strength. Currently, we are third in terms of asset base and performance in Ghana, and head in the Eastern chapter. I thought you would give a clap of praise to that. All right, so in the course of the introductions to, let me recognize the presence of special guests. 6 members who have been presented here are special guests, and the point is that they have participated in almost all AGMs when we went through the records. And therefore, we have invited them here and recognized their efforts in their contributions towards their active participation in our AGMs, and then ensuring that the AGM moves from strength to strength. Mr. Robert K. Dagadu, if you are here, let's give them a very strong round of applause. Mr. John Nyantechi. Oh, I think we can do it better, please. Madame Vivian A. Mante, my own sister. Mr. Richard Mante. Mr. Collins. If I didn't get it. Let's start again. Sorry, I didn't get the name well. It's so Naniri. Oh, let's add one to it. Right. So I also recognize all your presence here, the rest of the members. If I did not mention your name, you are all most welcome. I can see and a number of us at the back here, and then our team also at the back, the management team, and so all the other members, you are all welcome, and let's together steer affairs to the successful end of this AGM. And now let me introduce to you our one and only Mr. Engineer Asi. Mr. Engineer Asiemi. Let me, sorry. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Ghana Great Company. So let's do it better. He's one of our own. He was with the Senior Staff Association when Rico then was Department of VRA, that was the transmission. He was the chairman at Akosombo, and we did a lot of work together at that time to promote the business of the senior staff. And upon the split, he went to Rico, and God being so good, he has been elevated to the level of CEO of Ghana Great Company. So Mr. you are welcome. And he's our special guest of honor for this function. We should be so proud to have our own people being elevated to the top of our own institutions. They understand us better, and they understand the job, and they make things work well, including our welfare for our own members. He has been an active member of the credit union, and we welcome him today as a special guest of honor, the CEO of Ghana Great Company. Let's put our hands together again for him. And let's do that. Without much ado, we'll move forward on the agenda for today. And that is at page 19. And we'll call upon the chairman, call upon the chairman to give us the opening remarks. Let's welcome the chairman, Mr. Joseph, chairman, Hydro Credit Cooperative Union. Welcome, chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Obi. Credit Union. Credit Union. The voice is down. Credit Union. Credit Union. Yes, as a happy family, the signs for the voice you show. The Chief Executive of Ghana Great Company, the Regional Director of Cooperative Department, Acting KUA Managers, Director Services, NEDCO, Director of Human Resources, VRA, Director of Hydro Generations, VRA, the Mayor of Akosombo, Chapter Manager, KUA, District Police Commander, Akosombo, District Director of Cooperative, Sojamai, outgone board and chairpersons of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, colleague board of directors and board and chairpersons of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, colleague board of directors and committee, CUA audit team, invited guests, distinguished members of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. 4, and on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, I welcome all of you to the 41st Annual General Meeting scheduled in accordance of Articles and Bylaws of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited for the consideration of some important matters that require attention of the House. And also to render accounts of our stewardship to our members as Board of Directors, seek approval and ratification of the half-year budget from June to December 2021 because of the change in the financial year by regulation. We are also here to discuss the 2020-2021 financial statement and seek approval for the budget of the period 2022. We will also be reviewing the proposed amendment by law proposed by the Board of Directors. Colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 40th Annual General Meeting of 2019-2020 ushered into office a new board tasked with the responsibilities of steering the affairs of this great union for its growth and sustainability. The board has, over the past 8 months, worked with the sector ministry, the Department of Cooperative, CUA, and other business partners, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, the 41st Annual General Meeting is being organized under the theme Sustaining the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Business, the role of the major stakeholders in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. It is imperative to know that we have witnessed various crises that have challenged Ghana's economy. The cleanup of the financial sector that was undertaken by the Central Bank and Securities and Exchange Commission in 2019 caused the collapse of some commercial banks whose licenses were revoked. Some financial houses were also closed, including microfinances and savings and loans. This led to the lock-up funds of businesses, individuals, and credit unions members who were also affected. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, whilst individuals and businesses were still counting their losses, the situation was further exacerbated by the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, which went through a series of phases, and now the phase of the Delta variant. It has profoundly affected businesses and the way of life. No wonder this AGM is being organized virtually. The food for thought for all of us here is that how do we sustain our credit union business model, of which Hydro Cooperative Credit Union is not an exception, in the face of the changing economic, social, technological, and regulatory environment. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect soberly on issues
There is a need to broaden the discussion to cover the stakeholder engagement, leveraging on technology, adapting new strategies, partnership and collaboration, advocacy on the part of apex bodies, developing new products and services to meet the changing needs and satisfaction of the diversity of our member base, innovating and amending our bylaws to suit changing business and regulatory environment. Colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the credit union business model has swung on the pendulum of social and business setting, which comes with the difficulty in maintaining a balance of providing support and care for the members' welfare, solidarity, corporate social responsibilities, training and education, as against business mindset of maximization of profit. Whichever way you look at the pendulum, members should be our focus. As we strive to sustain the cooperative credit union business model, I believe we will be pondering over some of these issues. The CEO of GRICO, the Director of Cooperatives, distinguished members, ladies and gentlemen. We have very slim opportunities, and this is to change our fortunes of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. As we discuss and make decisions, the choice is yours. However, myself and colleagues are transformational leaders, and we know as leaders we must make things happen or change the environment in which we have. My colleagues and I are ready for the task ahead of us. On this note, I want to welcome all of you to this meeting and urge each and every one of you to participate and contribute constructively so that at the end of the day, we can all be proud of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union we receive. Long live Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. Long live the happy family. Long live Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think he deserves another round of applause. He's been a very active chairperson, and he deserves all the applause that we have given him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that wonderful address. We'll call upon the board secretary to present the confirmation of the previous minutes. Let's welcome Mr. Eugene Akipa, board secretary. Honorable, welcome.
Good morning, our special guest, the Chief Executive Officer of GRICO, and then all special guests that are here, former board members, present board members, and all committee members. The previous minute for the 40th annual general meeting held, the 50th annual general meeting held on Saturday, 27th March 2021, starts from the page 20. Starts from page 20. I believe this was circulated some weeks ago or days ago, and members probably would have gone through. So what we'll be doing here is to just pick them page by page, and if there are any omissions or corrections to be done, then we get into that. So we start from page 20. Page 20. Page 20 deals with the opening prayers, opening remarks, and then the invitees that were present at that meeting. we go to page 21. This also deals with the reading and review and acceptance of the previous minutes, matters arising, bylaw, co-operative office, and board reports. We are just going through to see if there are any corrections or omissions. And later we'll come to the matters arising from the previous minutes. So we go straight to page 22. There are no corrections also from the pages that we have mentioned. Page 22. Then page 23. Page 23. This also deals with the net surplus, dividend payments, general questions, comments, and then recommendations by members present at that particular meeting. Then page 24. Page 24. This deals with the affirmation of some members of the supervisory and then board. Then we move straight to page 25. This page. Okay. This page also talks about the induction of the new board and committee members, their names in the various committees, the board committee, the supervisory committee, loans committee. Then we have the closing remarks and then the vote of thanks. That is with the page 25. So page 26 is the closure of the minutes. Page 26 is the closure. So after this, without any corrections, omissions presented by members present here, a member should propose for the adoption so that we can deal with the matters arising. So if there are no comments, omission, or omission, myself as the secretary move for the acceptance so that any member here can second. Then we can get into the matters arising in the minutes. All right, Frank, 80, Supervisory Committee Secretary, seconded. So with the permission of Chairman, if we can get into the matters arising with the previous minutes. So we go straight away to the page 20 again. That talks about the opening. Page 21 also talks about the matters arising in the previous minutes, which first is the dividend paid. Last year we paid, or the March annual general meeting, we paid 30% as dividend for the financial year of 2018-2019. The bylaws, some aspect of it that were amended took effective and immediate effect, I should say. Issues of the co-operative office too were raised. The board also presented its report, which talked about the asset base of the credit union and how we have grown it from one point to the other. Members' shares, how we have grown it from one place to the other, and then coupled with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's the page 22. It also talks about the audited financial statement, total assets, members' savings, and equity. All these are there, so if, as part of the matters arising, if members present here at the Volta Hotel and then EP Church in Akosombo, and then the Methodist Church in Somania, if there are any matters arising in this previous minutes, as we go page by page, we can mention them. We draw their attention, and then our technical able people will let us know if you have any comments, then we can move on. So the 23 also deals with the net surplus that was declared in the last AGM, which was 5.5 million. Dividend that was paid, as I've already mentioned. And then we come straight to the general questions that were asked during the AGM. Questions asked by Mrs. Sophia Tijani, Mr. Henry Yao Odey, Mrs. Sophia Tijani again, Ransford Kumsin, Raphael Connor, Mr. Ado of Bui Power, and Eric, all are here. So if there are any comments about them as we go page by page. And then we deal with the 24, we deal with the 2020-2021 financial year budget. And then the rest talks about the composition of the board members and the committee members as indicated in 24, the last aspect, and then 25 of the report as is before us. And the 26 deals with the closing remarks. So if there are any comments, matters arising from the previous minutes, members here present in Volta Hotel, Akosombo, EP Church, Methodist Church in Somania. Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I think I have one member raising their hand here. So, Mr. Boahene.
A bit about the expansion drive last year. The issue of opening branches for India like came up. For the sake of the records, I want us to use this opportunity to clear the position to members in line with the expansion drive for India on whatever. The members would like to know the position, let them know. Thank you.
The board chairman will address this.
Thank you. The expansion of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union to the environs of the forest land has been captioned in the strategic business plan, the 5-year strategic business plan, which was drafted
by a team of board and committee staff at a retreat session in Dodowa. That 5-year strategic business plan has it on record that in 2022, the board would have been done with the feasibility studies which the committee has been tasked to undertake. However, the board has also identified a case of Steady Group Cooperative Credit Union. There are going to be a series of engagements with the regulator as to whether or not Hydro Cooperative Credit Union can go and adapt that credit union as our nucleus or a starting point. The board has also resolved that before the feasibility studies is completed, we would have begun with a virtual banking system where we are going to open up an agency at Oforibia, and the agency would be coordinating with the main branch. And this can be feasible if we leverage on technology. The board has resolved that January 2022, if the HCCUL piloted software that is being sourced for in collaboration with the World Bank has not come on time, the board is going to procure a software to support this activity. But the board is looking at how we can operationalize Oforibia. We're looking at distance and proximity. So that issue is very dear to the board. The board is looking at it in a bigger perspective. The board has also looked at the NEDCO branch expansion. Recently, the educational team, together with the marketing team, left for Tamale, and permit me to acknowledge the director, NEDCO Services. He has been very instrumental in this quest. An office space has been secured in NEDCO. The board has that in January 2022, NEDCO branch office should be commissioned. I think we have to. The NEDCO branch office is going to operate as a satellite office to serve Bolga, Wa, Techimai, and Sunyani in the interim. And this satellite office will be nurtured into the branch going forward. So we are doing all that we can to ensure that our quest to become the #1 credit union, in fact, we were the second quest to become the #1 credit union. In fact, we were the second largest credit union in Ghana in terms of asset base, but we've dropped from that position to the third position. And the board has an agenda of aggressively scouting and expanding our asset base and operational areas. In fact, it will interest you to know that I've been incorporated in the bylaw, but we are having certain mixed reactions from the membership. And I believe that when it comes to the bylaw review session, those strategies that were incorporated in the bylaw, that members are finding the difficulty in appreciating them, would be explained further so that there can be clarity. Thank you for raising that issue, Mr. Wali.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think there are some other people raising their hands at the other areas. So, Mr. Nancheti, I'll call. So if anybody raises their hand, you can. So, Mr. Nancheti.
program is page 25 to 23. And it talks about dividend payments. If my memory serves me right, this type payment was 2018-2019. And in that, there was no virtual listening. So, the virtual one gave us 30% on the next office. But what you have is here, I don't understand it wrong. If you can explain it. Because I quite remember.
Page 23.
Yes.
The dividend.
In 2019, the dividend declared was 30, 20 paid, 10 capitalized. But that was 2020. 2020, you gave us 30% on the net profit declared. So what is here is a bit baffling. I don't understand.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I think at this point.
Thank you, Madam Sophia. We are very grateful for your question. Business environment is dynamic. It keeps changing day in and day out. We woke up one day only to be told that there is a virus called COVID. Little did we know that its impact was going to be devastating. And it has profoundly affected the way of our business model. Currently, the annual general meeting we have is not in our bylaw. The bylaw does not give room for a virtual meeting platform. So therefore, if it has become necessary that the changing business times or environment that is staring at us, and we obviously have to also do business, then why don't we incorporate the new way of doing business in our bylaws so as to guide and direct our business? So it is true, something has changed. If you look at provisions and sections of the bylaw, the board is proposing that it should be accepted by members that going forward, our bylaw should permit the holding of AGM virtually or face-to-face, as was suggested by you, that we should create at least some face-to-face contact. That was last year's AGM. That was a proposal that came up from you. So the board has the option to decide, depending on the environment or the situation, whether we're holding AGM virtual or face-to-face. So it is necessary. The other aspect of it is that the regulator, there has been regulation. The regulator is saying that our financial reporting structure and system, period, that we use in reporting, there is difficulty. The credit union financial reporting period is June to June. July to June, thank you. July to June, which is not in consonance with the national financial year reporting. It's the credit union that is the only societies that are reporting by that format. So there is a mandatory requirement that all societies should change their previous to January to December. And this must be incorporated in the bylaw. The other aspect of it is that because the board is undertaking certain strategies in trying to grow the credit union, certain business activities must be backed by the bylaw. So that is what there is a proposal to incorporate those aspects in the bylaw. In fact, with our engagements with the registrar over the years, we were told that at any point in time, when your own bylaws are not favorable or supporting your business strategies, you can review. However, it should be in consonance with regulation. So, Madam, that is the basis for which, or these are the reasons for which there are proposals on the table, which is part of the agenda, and going into the program, we will look at them, and opinions, concerns will be brought to bear. Thank you.
These are technical people. Are there any other people who have raised their hands for any question? And in the room here, Volta Hotel, I don't know whether we still have some concerns that we want to raise so that we can move on to the agenda of the day. If there are no, okay. Okay.
Thank you. I want to take you from where my dad ended. In connection with the dividend payment, I want to find out whether what is provided here is just a typo error or what was actually effected.
Sure, I think it's a typo error, so you have done the correction. 30% was paid. None was, capitalized. 30% was paid. Okay, so if there are no further comments about the matters arising in the minutes for the last AGM held on the 27th March 2021, I move for the acceptance of the minutes and matters arising so that if members around here can second. Somania Methodist, wherever, or here in Volta Hotel, we can have a seconder. So Mr. Nyanpechi seconds. Okay. All right. Mr. Nyanpechi, please hand over the mic to him so that he will say a word. Adam Sinti.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I want to comment or at least be able to go by one bylaws, which is holding AGM after 4 months after financial year. That is the captain of this. God bless you. It has never happened. And my plea is that since we are going for the Christmas, the money must be ready. And if it must be ready, Somia must be included. It shouldn't be that you pay Akosombo and Somia our people to next year. No. Thank you.
I thought you were going to second. So second.
Now I second. God bless.
All right, thank you very much. So my work is done. Thank you very much, Honorable House.
So let's give a clap of thanks to the Secretary for a great job done as we move forward on this program. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope Mr. Nyantechi's comments have been well noted. You have something to say, because if you are promising, promise. You promise well before we move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Nyantechi. Just after that issue came up, the board at one of our meetings developed a dividend policy. And in that policy, it has it that the dividend declared at an AGM would be paid within 21 days. And the idea of paying dividend by cash, this time around, members' accounts are going to be credited with their various dividend payments. So members will decide as and when to go and withdraw their dividend from their accounts. Thank you.
So let's give a clap to the chairman when he says comes to pass. So chairman, thank you for making it clear. We want our cash. Right, so let's move forward. On our agenda, page 19, presentation of reports. And first, we'll call upon the Loans Committee Chairman to deliver the reports from the Loans Committee. Let's give a clap of thanks to the Chairman.
Good morning, distinguished House. Co-operative Credit Union Limited Loans Committee report for 2020-2021 financial year. Members, Robesua, Patrick Sinu Adepa, Desmond Noah, Rebecca. Introduction. We are pleased to present reported on our activities for the financial year. First, 1st July 2020 to 30th June 2021. Membership and responsibility. The loan committee is made up of 3 members. The committee has the responsibility of assessing and approving loan applications from members of the union and recommending payments. The committee also has the responsibility of monitoring loan repayments, taking note of delinquent loans, and reporting same to the board. The committee meets regularly to undertake its responsibility. The committee also makes recommendations to the board of the union for service improvement. As a measure to mitigate credit, loans granted are repaid through a monthly payroll deduction or through direct deposit and standing orders. Members can also use a combination of the two to pay off loans earlier than the entire duration. Approved loans. The committee faced some few challenges in the execution of its responsibility, but one major one is the inadequate supporting documents. Example, that is, members sometimes fail to attach the requisite supporting documents to their application, leading to in all, 1,732 applications were approved in the year. Out of this, 499 applications were from the community category of the members, which total 6,234,800 Ghana cedis. And staff, that is VRA and RIPU, amount was 1,233, which totals to 38,601,699 Ghana cedis. Attached is the loans granted analysis from 1st July 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Acknowledgement. We wish to thank the board management for all the support they gave to the loan committee throughout the year. We also wish to express our gratitude to every member of the union for their cooperation with the committee throughout the year and pledge our continual service to the members. Thank you.
Let's do it better, let's do it better. 44 million amount of loans granted. Wow. 44 million. 1732 applications, 1,732. But now I'm not sure it's that much. We have 11,000 members. So if 1,732 come for loans, then it means we are not taking advantage of the union at all. Come for more loans. It's flexible. Come for more loans. You can even come in 3 months' time and we will just massage the loan and the difference you carry away. That is the difference between credit union and the bank. The bank will not do it. These are your own members, your own cash. So when you need it, just come. 6 months, 1 year, come, we massage the thing and then we carry it forward. So please come for more loans. We want to see more loans in 2022. In fact, I will be glad to see about 8,000 of our members coming for loans in 2022. Thank you very much. I think we're having a few challenges with our internet connections. Are we done? So can we continue? Good. Credit union.
Happy family.
Happy family. Oh, their voice is very low. Credit union.
Happy family.
Happy family. Correct. This is the time to listen to the supervisory committee, our internal auditors. Let's give the chairman a clap offering. The security of our cash is in their hands. Their eyes are about double, 4 eyes. Thank you, Mr. Adenisa. Credit Union, Mr. Chairman, special guests, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Hydro Credit Cooperative Credit Union Supervisory Committee report for the period July 2020 to June 2021. The committee members are Mr. Emmanuel Enik Sapon, Chairman, Mr. Frank Nash Eti, Secretary, Mr. David Boyan, Member. Introduction. We have reviewed the accounting records of the Hydro Credit Union Limited for 2020-2021 financial period in line with the regulations and policies LI 2225 NLCD 252 and the Constitution of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Our aim is to express our opinion whether the financial records and report prepared are in all material respects in accordance with the applicable financial report framework. The audit work was classified into high, medium, and low risk audit area. More attention were concentrated on areas which were deemed high risk areas by the supervisory committee. Areas covered during the period under review were as follows: Board of Directors meetings, internal controls, member accounts, loans and loans application, loan delinquency, investments, non-current assets, staff loans and advances, bank reconciliation, cash counts, mobile money transactions, payroll, payables authorization, collective bargaining agreements, and final account overview. Below are our findings. Board of Directors minutes. The committee reviewed all board minutes, committee minutes for the period under review to ensure that timely action is taken on issues as well as its proper implementation. Loans and loans application. The supervisory committee observed that when it comes to loans application, the loans department ensure that due diligence are done before the applicant qualify for the loan. The loans committee ensure that the policies and procedures for granting loans are complied with and recoveries are effected either cash or through payroll, hence classified as low risk. Investment. Supervisory committee review investment of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union and made satisfactory observation in terms of the credit union investment. It was observed that a significant amount of credit union investment were locked up in certain investment products due to the financial sector crisis. The Supervisory Committee observed that for the period under review, the board, through its subcommittee on finance, follow up and recover part of the credit union lockup investment with stepwise. Total amount of 827,112 Ghana cedis 59 pesos was received in 2 installments of 382,153 Ghana cedis 80 pesos and 444,958 Ghana cedis 79 pesos, respectively, into the Hydro Credit Union DCB account number 218113000099. Non-current assets. The asset register and the levying of credit union assets were properly documented. All assets were verified to ensure its existence. Bank reconciliation. All bank consultation were reviewed and signed off by the supervisory committee. It was properly prepared, checked, and signed off by the shadow officer. Cash count. We conducted continuous cash count on petty cash, savings withdrawal, and short-term loan and daily collections, and I found no irregularities. We also noticed that all cash takings were found intact. Mobile money transaction. Mobile money transactions were reviewed. We observed that daily reports were prepared for mobile transactions, which was recommendable. However, it stands out as a convenient way to meet the demand and expectation of our members. Invoices or payment vouchers. Payments were supported by proper documentation and appropriately signed by the authorized officers. Statutory payments for the period under review were honored. Internal controls. We observed that the control environment, such as accounting system controls, control procedures were in order during the period under review. There is proper segregation of duties. Member account verification. We observed that the current software is not able to get a real-time balance on members' account due to the complex nature of members' loan, savings, and share portfolio. We recommend to the board to liaise with HCCUL and other relevant bodies to procure a fit-for-purpose software tailored for our operations. Final account. We observe that the account has been subjected to key HCCUL performance indicators, which meets the financial reporting standard. Conclusion. The staff cooperated very well in providing all information and explanations needed for the purpose of our audit. In our opinion, the operations of the credit union is on sound footing. We therefore wish to thank the manager, the staff committees, and board of directors of the Hydro Credit Cooperative Credit Union for the support accorded us in discharge of our assignment for the period July 2020 to June 2021. Thank you very much. Oh, let's do it well. Let's do it well. Thank you, Mr. Emmanuel Sapo. He's also the 2IC in charge of the financial statements, financial accounting section of the finance department, Volta Hotel Authority. In terms of financial reporting, he's a real good. And let's give him a round of applause. Member accounts verification. It was observed that the current software is not able to get us real-time balance. So you call for your balance in November and they give you September or August 1. In fact, this is a real observation and it must be taken very, very serious. There were some benchmark reporting from Kenya, and for them, IT on the credit union is #1 in Africa. And they have a number of branches throughout Kenya regions. And their credit union is built on basically professionals. You have the lawyers, they have the police, they have teachers, and so forth. And their membership are normally well over 100,000. So you see there are 11,000 we are jokers. And their IT investment in IT is excellent. You ask for your balance today and you get it. And I think we have to move our credit union towards that angle. And it was a real observation. We thank the supervisory committee. And I think the chairman remarked on that we will have a budgetary provision if we don't get the results of the new software being sponsored by the World Bank for the credit unions in Ghana. then we have to take steps to improve on our software and get updated reports all the time. In concluding, they said that the staff cooperated well in providing all information and explanation needed for the purpose of their audit. I think we have to give credit to the staff. Our able staff are doing very, very well. And we are happy they cooperate with the supervisory committee in giving them updates so that when we sleep, we can sleep peacefully, that our cash is in safe hands as far as our staff are concerned. Let's give our staff another round of applause. At this stage, we'll call on the board chairman to deliver the board of directors address. Let's give a round of applause to our board chairman. And let's do it well, please.
Thank you. I present to you the annual report of the Board of Directors of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited for 2020-2021 financial year. As Board of Directors of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, our responsibility is to provide oversight, ensure viability and the future sustainability of the credit union. Throughout the financial year, we made decisions to help strengthen and grow our credit union, keeping our members, the owners' best interest at the forefront. As your representatives, I present this report on my colleagues' behalf for the period July 2020 to June 2021. Composition of Board of Directors. I think I'll skip. The board took a decision to co-opt the Director of Hydro Generation Department onto the board to represent as founders of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, which started at the Hydro Generation Department as a staff welfare fund. The board also co-opted Dr. Kenneth Kwajo Obin, the then Akosombo Area Finance Manager of VRA, to tap his professional expertise for strategic decisions of the board, the supervisory committee, the loans committee, management staff, performance. The financial year under review was met with difficult challenges and the spread of a second wave of COVID-19 Delta variant, coupled with the spillover of the 2018-2019 financial sector crisis, which resulted in the loss of funds by institutions and individuals, including the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Some staff of the credit union were infected by the variant virus and were hospitalized, causing the union to operate a tight ship system, thereby slowing business down. The asset growth, with the hard work of a competent board, however, the challenges notwithstanding, we are happy to announce that the credit union's asset grew up from 111 million Ghana cedis as at June 2020 to over 126 million Ghana cedis as at June 2021, representing 13.93% increase in asset growth. Member savings grew from over 76 million Ghana cedis to over 72 million, is the vice versa. It grew from over 72 million to 76 million Ghana cedis. And share grew from 12 million Ghana cedis to over 15 million Ghana cedis. net surplus. The Hydro Credit Union Limited recorded a net surplus of over 7,700,000 Ghana cedis. That's 7.7 million Ghana cedis. Up from a net surplus. Up from a net surplus of 5,500,000 Ghana cedis declared at the last AGM held on March 27, 2021. We are also happy to announce that for the first time in the history of the Somenya branch of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union's establishment, 6 years ago, it has recorded a net surplus of 4,000 Ghana cedis, 4,100 Ghana cedis. I think this is commendable. These losses over the past 6 years have been eating into our net surplus of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Akosombo branch, thereby reducing the dividend payment to members, since part of the surplus funds were used to offset the losses. Membership growth. The membership grew from 10,648 at June 2020 to 11,407 as at June 2021. The breakdown of this number is as follows. Staff male 3,298. Staff female 857. It's members, not staff. So we have the staff membership male rate is 3,298, and that of female is 857. Community male, the community membership, we have 2,893, and community female is 2,714. Children, 1,509. Then group accounts, we have 138. The joint account is 8. Investment, reserves, and recoveries. With the experience from the 2018-2019 financial sector crisis, the board of directors took a decision to invest. The board set up various committees, including investment, reserves, and recoveries committee, with terms of references, including investment, reserves, and recoveries, to ensure that all Hydro Cooperative Credit Union lock-up funds are recovered. As a result, the union recovered an amount of 780,180.91 pesos from Stepwise Company Limited, with a balance of 495,751.39 pesos to be recovered. The board is following up on a legal case being handled by Atuguba and Associates law firm to recover the local funds of the union with Gold Coast Security Fund Management, which happened during the financial crisis in 2018-2019. The case is being heard at the commercial court, and there are high hopes of its recovery soon. Embezzlement recovery. The board of directors took prudent steps to recover the embezzled funds by a staff of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, Mr. Henry Gape, now dismissed. Mr. Gape's case, which was transferred from the Odumasi District Court to the Koforidua District Court, since the amount involved was beyond the jurisdiction of the Odumasi Court. The court ordered the seizure and sale of his car and house to complete the recovery of the amount of 255,000 embezzled. Teller banking services. Introduction of implant teller banking services. The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited had a partnership agreement with the GCB Bank for the introduction of teller banking system to fast-track banking services to members and to reduce cash handling, which entices staff to embezzle funds. We want to run a cashless system as a form of protecting investment. This idea came up from a benchmarking visit by the board committee and staff to the University of Ghana Credit Union, which is one of the first credit unions in Ghana. The visit was to enable us study and adapt some of their strategies, some of which has led to the setting up of the teller banking system. Human resource capacity. I think the board noted that the staff were all employed as officers, and within the officers, some were okay. In fact, I'm taking the first 4 sentences of the human resource capacity project. To achieve the board's vision of expanding the credit union's business and bring service more closer to our members, as well as motivating the staff to give of their best, the board reviewed the organizational structure of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union to open up positions to allow for staff progression. Insurance of assets of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. The board took a decision to insure the assets of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union, and this has been done. 5 years business plan and budget. The board, committees and management worked as a team to prepare a 5 years business plan covering 2022 to 2026. In this business plan, an asset growth of 254 million Ghana cedis, starting with 160 million in 2020, has been targeted. Membership growth of 25,000 from the present 11,700 membership has been targeted as well. Opening of NEDCO branch. The board, with the support of the NEDCO management, acquired an office space within the services block of the NEDCO area for the opening of the branch to serve our NEDCO staff and members. The education committee, made up of 2 board members and 2 management staff, undertook a tour of all the NEDCO areas from November 22nd to 26th, 2021, to educate members on the operations of the credit union, the products and services, their viability and accessibility by members, wherever they are, and to inspect the office and set up for commissioning of the branch. May I request you at this juncture to join me to say Ayuko to the Director of Services, NEDCO, who is supposed to have been represented here. Board decision for the engagement of private security. The board took a decision for the engagement of private security supported by the police to guard the property of the credit union. So, in collaboration with the management, visited Totibu JHS in the outskirts of Akosombo and presented a cash donation of 5,000 Ghana cedis and mathematical sets to sponsor the brilliant but needy students who needed to be camped in the school to enable them effectively study and write their BEC exam, but were challenged with the cost of feeding and transportation fares. The visit offered an opportunity for membership registration, as the function was attended by parents of the students. The Totibu JHS is the best performing school in the whole of the Yamai district. Asphalting of the premises of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. The premises of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union have been asphalted to give it a facelift, allow free movement and parking of vehicles. Expansion of office. The board also expanded the banking hall after AMC left the union's premises. This is to contain the growing membership of the union and to also facelift the hall to meet the modern state of art standard, improve the image branding, as well as create a conducive business environment for the staff and members, for that matter, shareholders at large. Loan in lieu of Provident Fund. The board also granted approval for the disbursement of a seasonal loan in lieu of VRA, NEDCO, and GRIDCO Staff Provident Fund at a rate of 3% per month. The board is proud to say that over 4 million Ghana cedis was disbursed in that regard to help members meet their financial needs. COVID-19 relief. The board took a decision to support our members during trying times of COVID-19 and the second phase of the Delta variant with 3 years of credit union 50 years anniversary club to relieve members of the difficulty of raising money to pay for the club, which was being sold to members at a subsidized price. The mode of distributing the cloth will be made known at this AGM. Outlook for 2022. The board is looking forward of acquiring a new software. The present software called CUSOT is not very user-friendly, as was captured in the supervisory committee's report. And as a result, preparation of financial reports delays because of some of the inputs have to be keyed in manually. With the expansion vision of the board, a new software will be procured February 2022. If the planned acquisition of a new software by the Credit Union Association of Ghana, HCCUL, in collaboration with the World Bank, fails or delays further. Reduction of interest rate on loans. The board is taking steps to further reduce interest on loans to drive home the people helping people spirit. Whilst ensuring sustainability. The main objective of the credit union is to enhance the living standard of members rather than huge profits, notwithstanding the fact that profits must be made to sustain the business. The board will take a decision to reduce interest rate on loans effective January 2022. It will also be made possible for members to access loans within 12 hours. Collateral-free community and secure source of deduction loans. The board has taken a decision to allow the small-scale businesses access collateral-free of up to 5,000 Ghana cedis beginning January 2022. The scheduled staff will assess such businesses and make recommendations to the loans committee and be held responsible for default and its recovery. Introduction of new loan products. new loan products such as festive loans, Christmas bonanza, Easter bonanza, and school fees bonanza will be introduced in 2022 to help solve members' seasonal financial commitments. Membership introductory loans will also be introduced. In conclusion, the credit union business has become one of the most secure financial institutions that ensures the safe and soundness of members' investment as it operates on sound fundamental principles. And since the credit union is member-owned and member-controlled, there is high level of duty of care that is exercised in trust by the board of directors, who are members themselves. We therefore wish to express our appreciation and gratitude to you, our cherished members and shareholders, for your loyalty, support, and the confidence reposed in us. We promise that we will work assiduously to move the union to the level that we all desire. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you. My attention has been drawn on the membership reduction. That's reduction of interest rate. We are saying that the board will ensure that loans are paid within 24 hours. Yeah. Thank you. Not 12 hours. Within 24 hours. So members, Mr. Nyanteji, we plead with you, you don't take us on if you don't.
All right, round of applause for the chairman. That's very comprehensive. Very, very comprehensive. Shows that the board is really working. Some of the highlights include the sad side embezzlement of funds. And, we have to guard against that. And because of that, we are working towards getting the staff bonded. And it's one of the processes that the current board is trying to use to ensure that the funds are well protected. It's of note that the recovery from that embezzlement has still not been properly tackled because his assets have been disposed of, but he didn't recover the amount. And now it's becoming very difficult to recover the rest of the money. So we have to work towards bonding them and ensure that if you run away with the cash, those who guarantee it will have to cough members' money back to them. But other items like the implant service and moving forward, getting the mobile monies directly linked to the bank and other measures are geared towards reducing cash handling and ensuring that the commerce and electronic processes are well used by the union in order to avoid some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that long and effective address. And I think members are also happy with the union's advisory clause that is targeting to recover, to reach all the 11,000 members, so that it will help the union to identify all these 11,000 members, because some have been redundant and dormant for a very long period. And once they belong to a happy family, we have to reach out to all of the 11,000 members. I think it's a very good decision that the board took to try and reach all these members and let them be recognized as part of the union, and that we are all in together as one happy family. A round of applause for the chairman. We'll move forward. And now we have a short note address by one and only Director Hydro, my namesake Ken Atta, Engineer Ken Atta, my own namesake, to come and give us a short note address. Let's welcome our own engineer Ken Atta, Director Hydro Generation, the backbone of Volta River Authority. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Name. And good afternoon to all of you. I believe you agree with me that it's a beautiful day out there. And should remind us that this is what God has done for us, and we must rejoice in it. Praise God. Yeah, and I'm also very humbled to be here to share, just a little history that I've also gathered about this honorable union that started in the powerhouse. And it hasn't ceased to grow. This is what we are seeing at the moment. I'm coming to watch it very well so that it grows further from grace to grace. Because it's a history, I would like to read so that the facts all of us would notice and can inspire us. Thank you. So, Honorable Chair, and special invited guest, Chief Executive of Ghana Grid Company, other distinguished invited guests, with all protocols humbly observed. As we take stock at this annual general meeting, by way of reviewing annual reports, financial performance, etc., it would also be appropriate to remind ourselves of the humble beginnings of this association or union, as it is referred to, and that we trace all the successes it has chalked over the years through the determination and the dedicated services of our forebears and predecessors up to today. So this success story should inspire all of us and give us a greater hope to even soar higher and higher. I can only imagine glorious Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited moving from strength to strength and not a divided house. So the VRA was established in 1961, and which was about just 4 years into the journey of the newly independent country Ghana. So the industrialization drive had begun, and VRA at the time had to benchmark itself to a world-class electricity utility for best practices. Therefore, Ontario Power Generation became the model for VRA to learn from. During a steady trip to Ontario Hydro by one of VRA's illustrious sons, that is Louis Hayford, who was then the Assistant Director of Power Operations and later on actually became the Chief Executive. Louis copied this brilliant idea of what we call welfare or social club from Ontario Hydro and instituted this in the powerhouse around March 1971. And this was to be of mutual benefit to its members, especially in times of need. So Louis, belonging to the mechanical section, he planted the first administrative setup there for Hydro Employees Credit Union. One of the first names, Hydro Employees Credit Union. So we started at the mechanical section of Akosombo, spread through the powerhouse, and then it went through the various VRA units in Akosombo Township, and then extended to the VRA head office in Accra. And apparently, this was just the beginning. Because can you imagine powerhouse and it spreads to the various sections, it goes to other units in Akosombo, that's VRA, and then it goes to Accra. Once it travels to Accra, you think that, hey, now we are going, but that was just the beginning. Yeah. So, from only one officer in charge and a passive operating board, they carried out activities from one of the Akosombo market stalls. And then eventually new officers were elected to revive the fortunes of the credit union as great apathy, tried to set it somewhere along the line. So, at this juncture, we want to call a little role of the executive who drove this agenda, because it's worth mentioning. There are personalities gone before, but like I.M. Barnes, S.B. Collins, S.K. Asari, A. Akom, we're talking about Mr. Kumatia, Mr. Boy Polly, Mr. Kwakuche, my own KB, Mr. Ahulu, and Mokoko Tikudu, who are here, and many others. Obviously, they are our living legends, and let's look back at how they dedicated themselves and brought this union this far. Now, the credit union started to grow and look at computerization that I remember. As we moved to the center where the pensioners' office are now, I remember that is where they brought in some computers, and then, we started getting some printed statements, etc. So I'll say that the digitalization process for Hydro Credit Union started sometime. And therefore, I'm happy to hear that we have to leverage on technology, to move forward, because that was a drive that came in to even expand some of the membership. Yeah. And for several years, the credit union membership had been limited to the employees of VRA and the Ghana Grid Company Limited at the time. The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union also comes under the umbrella of the Mother KUA by law. So in this case, the current dispensation must ride within the tenets of the governing laws of KUA and then balance it with the original intention of a social club. And we must all realize that. To diversify its membership base, and most importantly, to promote financial inclusion, a common bond was opened, first to spouses of members, and then to institutions within the area of operation. Finally, to reach out to the community. The credit union now has a membership population of over 11,000, as has been said, comprising of founding organizations like VRA and RICO. Later, we joined up. So with that staff collectively forming a majority of membership as we go into it. And then now other membership includes other government and private institutions, individuals, churches, SMEs, small and medium scale enterprises, etc. And now with the total current assets, that's over 120 million, right? 120 million Ghana cedis. Very impressive. So as we reflect over the theme of this AGM, that is sustaining the credit union business, the role of major stakeholders, I'd like us to reflect on the dedicated and selfless services of our predecessors, and also the positive contribution of our entire membership. It's always a two-way. Leadership would require the corporation and the entire membership to move ahead. So always remember it's a two-way. Nobody blames the other, because if the two parties don't come together, we don't make progress. Yeah. So let our love for Hydro Cooperative Credit Union be rather high, so that we flourish it than thinking of breaking it apart. Whilst I advise the leadership to remain committed, selfless, and pay heed to the concerns of the masses, I would also entreat the masses to be assertive and always have a mindset to let this organization succeed. So as a representative of the birthplace of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, I will always raise the interests it has stood for and advocate for a reduction of the loan interest rate, which I've just heard, and I'm very happy. Yeah, so for the benefit of our faithful members, and whilst I say that, I also embrace all new membership and their ideas, so that collectively we work together to sustain the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union business. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Oh, let's do it better, let's do it better. This is wonderful. Wonderful. This is a timely message to all of us since 1961. And we need to move forward and sustain the business. That's why the team is building and sustaining the Hydro Credit Union business, the role of key stakeholders. And these key stakeholders are you and I, the members, ourselves, and then the management, and then the staff. And of course, those who are our leaders at our workplace, like our directors, our CEOs, they give us that support so that we can move the business forward. I believe if we all work together, the credit union will be the best field that you can help sustain your own life and progress. In fact, what we learned in Kenya was so surprising that even in retirement, members are very active in their retirement at the credit union. And then also the welfare aspect that also exists over there. When funerals, weddings, retirement periods and all that, visiting the sick is indeed a very big activity over there. And those are some of the measures that we want to adopt here and ensure that the credit union grows from strength to strength. So thank you, Engineer Atta, and we are so grateful for this activity that you have delivered onto us. Then we move forward now on the agenda, and then we will hear or listen to a short address by the Director, Human Resource of Volta Hotel. Sorry, we could not make it. And we'll get in touch with him for his message and make it available to members. We'll also listen to a short address by Director Services, NEDCO. He has been very instrumental in getting us an office space and then also arranging for our members to meet the staff at NEDCO at all the locations. If we look at NEDCO Express from Tamale head office to Bolga, to Wa, Sunyane, Techima. It's a very vast area. And he did a lot arranging for all these meetings to be held with our team that went up north. And he's ready to receive the team at all times. So let's really acknowledge his contribution in ensuring that NEDCO remains an integral part of the Hydro Union. There were initial steps to try and break up, but his involvement has really given us hope and given the members also hope. Now they are integral part of us and they intend remaining and even extending. And we also want to capture from other locations in NEDCO and Tamale and Bonga and other institutions have expressed interest to join Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. So with that effort, we really need to appreciate the Director Services and the Director, the MD NEDCO is also very instrumental in our activities. Let's hear a short word. You couldn't make it, but he has delegated it to Mr. James Adongo, the Vice Chairman, to give us a short word on his behalf. Let's welcome the Director of Services.
Thank you, MC. Chief Executive of GRICO, Director Hydro, past and present board members, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from the Director NERCO. He was preparing to come, only to have a call yesterday of the loss of a close relative, and so he could not make it. And he gave me his word to give to this house, this gathering. What he said is that welfare activity is a responsibility of management. The Hydro Cooperative Credit Union offers welfare services, and the management of NERCO are happy that we are supporting them to solve some of the welfare needs that management would have had to provide for. He said they are extremely happy. And they are very happy that we have made an effort to open a branch at NERCO to serve the staff members of NERCO. He said, of course, people will say that these days it's online services, so why they need to come there? But the fact is that our presence there would give the members the opportunity to solve their daily problems, their daily concerns will easily be addressed. Besides, our image, our signboards there, and our physical presence there would increase our image. And so it is important that we have decided to come and open the branch there. That management will do everything in their power to support the establishment of the branch in NERCO and also the activities of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union. So he sends us his regards and wish that the next AGM they will be able to make it to join us and share with us. That's the message from the Director NERCO. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. James Adongo. He's also very instrumental in working up the north there to get the members really have confidence in the Hydro Credit Union. So James, as we are thanking Director NERCO, thanking MD NERCO, we also want to thank you for all the efforts that you make in getting NERCO staff to still be stuck as part of Hydro Credit Union members. Thank you very much. For credit union, is the number of members. Where you have a huge number, then more cash comes in, and then the growth goes up. In that case, you can give the loans at a very reduced rate, and you will surely be in comfortable league. So let's move forward in that direction. More members, more cash, less loans, less interest on loans, and then more income earned by members. On this note, we would like to welcome the Cooperative Director to give us a short note. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Let's do it better, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hesse. Mr. Chairman, the board members of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, representative for KUA, Accra, Regional Manager, Eastern Chapter, KUA, Okoribia, fellow cooperators, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, The Department of Cooperatives Regional Office is extremely excited to be associated with your 31st Annual General Meeting, AGM, scheduled to take place today, 11th November 2025. As we are all aware, the Department of Cooperatives and the Ghana Cooperative Union Association, (COA), have been jointly acting for the credit union movement in Ghana to monitor and regulate the activities of all credit unions in this country for some time now. In consequence of this effort, have really ended in magnificent achievement. We wish to emphasize at this stage that many credit unions have gained a lot and continue to enjoy this fantastic joint effort being put in place by these institutions. It is our sincere hope that with this collaborative effort, many proposed credit unions will soon come up to join this movement. Mr. Chairman, as we are all witnessing this memorable occasion of the 41st Annual AGM under the theme, Building and Sustaining the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, the role of key stakeholders. In this context, one cannot dispute the fact that this year's theme focuses much on some empirical areas of research including teamwork, joint effort, collaboration, partnership, above all, concerted approach. These words are the ingredient of high recipe. If put in place by all stakeholders, will lead the financial institution of this nature to the appreciable level of growth and sustainability. Let me further stress that without united front of stakeholders willing to cooperate and mobilizing limited resources together to pursue common agenda, hydro cooperative credit union can lose its focus and also go out of gear. Therefore, it is high time for every Tom, Dick, or Harry to put all hands on deck to develop and prepare this credit union to a continual working environment in all year round. Mr. Chairman, in the cooperative domain, and for that matter, credit union has a key role to demonstrate to ensure that its operations impact positively into the lives of its members. This is the primary objective for the existence and sustenance of cooperative societies globally. The credit union therefore needs to stay in partnership with its members at all times and not to become anonymous with growth in business and membership. Since credit union is a member-owned business enterprise, the members must derive tangible benefit from the union for the members to contribute their quota towards the advancement and development of their own union. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, for the members and for that matter, the shareholders to be proud of their credit unions, the board of directors should always consider the plight of the members in the manner of satisfying their basic needs of the members. When this is done, to the members, it will go a long way, not only to encourage them to propagate the image of the credit union to outsiders, but more importantly, to strengthen the fundamental values of the credit union. In the similar development, the success and growth of the credit union depends largely on the social conscience that exists between the elected bodies, and that is the board of directors and the general members of the group. As a result of this, the leaders must always stay focused with the shareholders and respect their concerns. Hopefully, that will help both the democratic process of the society and also pave way for the board of directors to smoothly implement plans, policies, and programs that have been laid down by the members. Hence, the Cooperative Society Regulations (LR) 604, Article 7, Section 1, states that every registered cooperative society shall have at least one general meeting each year. Mr. Chairman, in consideration of the facts and figures appearing in the financial statement for the year ended 31st June 2020, the performance of the union for the year under review has portrayed a remarkable improvement on the net surplus of 7,747,833.85 against 5,527,833 for the previous year, as 2020, with upward increment of 2,220,775.53, representing 40% upward adjustment. On that note, we have to thank the board of directors and for that matter, the workers of this union, not forgetting the general members for the good work done during the period. More grace to your efforts. We expect more from you next financial year. In spite of the net surplus for the year, there is ample room for enhancements in the years ahead in order to meet all of the credit union's financial viability standards. Mr. Chairman, for me to draw the curtains down on the occasion of this annual general meeting, we wish to say that the Department of Cooperatives in the Eastern Corridor of the Republic of Ghana, with its regional office in Koforidua Township, would like to re-echo its assurance and commitment to the members of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited that we will continue to join hands with you at all times so that together we can build and bring sustenance into the credit union. On that note, dear happy family members, I wish you all Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, and may God richly bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, let's do it better. We are so grateful for those words of encouragement. It's really motivating us to do more. And we also like the cooperation of the credit union and the cooperative departments for the efforts that have been done to sustain the credit unions. Let me add that at Kenya they still have their cooperative bank. It's very vibrant. We have lost ours, and once you are here, and I remember the credit union, the cooperative director then also was in the team at Kenya, and he has vowed to get the cooperative bank revived to help sustain credit unions. I know we have about 4,000 or so. No, is it 4,000? How many credit unions do we have? 350. About 350 credit unions in Ghana. 500. About 500 credit unions in Ghana. So we need to sustain, get the bank to sustain these credit unions so that we can move forward in the right direction. We'll follow with a short address by the Eastern CUA manager on behalf of CUA. So you are welcome to deliver a short address. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Directors, CEO of RICO, Director of Hydropower, Mayor Akosombo, past and present board members, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to be part of the 41st annual general meeting of Hydro Credit Union. Mr. Chairman, as you are aware, the Eastern Chapter has collaborated with the Hydro Credit Union for the past 50 years, and will continue to do so because Hydro is the eye of the region and will continue to be the eye of the region. Hydro is like Kukumotia in the Eastern region. And the Eastern Chapter is proud and always available to assist Hydro Credit Union in diverse ways. Mr. Chairman, the membership as it stands now is 11,700 membership of Hydro Credit Union, and only 1,732 granted loans. It means that the loans given to members are not favorable to some extent. Is that because when you look at 11,000 out of 1,000, it means majority are not accessing the loans. It means there are conditions that are not favorable to the members, especially the community members, the market women as large. I was very happy when Mr. Chairman said plans advance to review the interest on loans and the loans procedure as well. Mr. Chairman, once again, we would like to address this issue once and for all, that the Eastern Chapter always look up to Hydro, and for that matter, what happens to Hydro always happens to the Eastern Chapter. And with this, we believe that as the Department of Co-operative Director said, we must move us together as one people, as one family. Mr. Chairman, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and your team for how far you brought Hydro. And we believe that Hydro will continue to grow from strength to strength and from grace to grace. Mr. So I take this opportunity to plead with management to make sure that Ofodia also gets part of the Akosombo shares. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
So let's do it better, let's do it better. So let's do it better, let's do it better. So come over to Macedonia and help. So let's ensure we get this done as quickly as possible as per our business plan that we have done. Manager Eastern Chapter, and we'll work towards that dream as soon as possible. At this juncture, I would like to call on the mayor of Akosombo, the town owner, to come in and give us a short address. Her leadership, let's welcome her for a short address to your town folks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I don't have much to say. I think a lot has been said, and I'm grateful for the dynamism in the board of directors, the strategies that they are bringing on board, I was very happy to hear that on the interest rates, it's going to be considered to be brought down. Yes, this will help membership a lot because it is one of the aspects that we've seen that members are not coming for loans because of the interest rate. Mr. Chair, we will appeal to you that that is implemented. We are so grateful because we need a collaboration between the leadership and the membership. We are all stakeholders. So we listen to each other and we try to, should I say, adjust to each other. There will be challenges, but we should try and work them out. So I wish everybody success in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Oh, Mayor Makupe, let's do it, let's do it. Thank you. We are so grateful for those words of encouragement. Let me bring in the immediate past board chairman, Mr. Okoko Chikunu, to say one or two words. The whole year, basically, a portion of his leadership, and he's achieved so much contribution to the 7.7 million profit that we are going to enjoy. So, Mr. Okoko, short word from you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I believe we will all agree at this AGM that the union is forging ahead, is taking giant strides, even do better than they've been doing over the years. My advice or suggestion is that in all this, let us keep the interest of members at heart. The interest of the investment and the need to be looking at the sustainability of whatever we are doing, so that we can be sure that when, like Engineer Kenada said, those who began, some of them are moving fast. The elderly ones will be left behind, and as we also will look back and say, wow, it is amazing that this thing is growing from strength to strength. I go to the current one. Thank you.
Oh, let's do it better. The 7.7, when you divide by 4, 3 belongs to him. So it's a lot of cash that he has brought, his board brought on board this achievement that we are all celebrating. Let's give it again to Mr. We also acknowledge the other board members, Mr. Ralph Funamani, who succeeded from the back at that period, and then Mr. Tete just waved to us. At this juncture, the mayor wants to ask for permission to attend to another important activity. Credit Union. Credit Union. Happy family. Now we come to the main activity, and that is the keynote address by our one and only Agrico CEO to deliver the keynote address for us. Let's welcome him. A very big round of applause. This has added a very big, and let's give him a standing ovation and as he address.
Regional Director of Bua Eastern Region, invited guest, Mayor of Akosombo, she's just left. I really wanted to talk to her. All protocols observed. I bring you greetings from the management and staff of HCCUL, including myself, who are members of the Hydro Credit Union. I am particularly happy to be invited as a guest speaker to be part of this program and to speak on the world-chosen theme, building and sustaining the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, the role of key stakeholders. As recalled by Ken Arthur, VRA Director Hydro, the credit union started as a welfare fund at the Hydro Generation Department of VRA some 50 years ago. By then, GRICO, who used to be a department, was GRICO, which is now a company, used to be a department and we were part of VRA. That is where some of us got our membership from. But the past sector had to separate us for obvious reasons. As I understand, Hydro Credit Union started with virtually no assets apart from its members. But I am proud to know that our union, as of today, is worth an asset of over 126 million, with membership also over 11,000. I believe we can still do more, but the young ones in GRICO that I'm not too sure they contribute or are members of our union. This has become possible as a result of registration of credit union as a cooperative credit union limited, which mandated it to open up its businesses to spouses and children of VRA, GRICO, GUI, and NEDCO staff, and the communities in which we operate. I'm happy with the board of directors, both past and present, for the strategic decisions they made that brought the credit union this far. I must in particular appreciate the present board of directors for the innovative decision they took and indeed saw to the implementation of the in-plan teller banking system at the Akosombo office. I hope this will be extended to so many and other offices for obvious reasons. The benefits of the in-plant teller banking service and the expansion of the banking hall cannot be overemphasized. Many of the positive sides of this singular strategy has been enumerated by the board chairman. Example, cash risk transfer to GCB, eliminate the risk of embezzlement, and in particular, there's a saying that you don't send food with somebody who is hungry. So picking employees, we need to be careful with people who see money and the eyes they reduce business process time, provision of robust control system, among others, are benefits of this interland system. Now to the main theme, building and sustaining the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, the role of key stakeholders. I first of all wish to commend the board and management for a well-chosen team. In fact, there couldn't have been a better theme than this at this era of competition where the banks are taking away some of our credit union members with their offer of juicy loans. Stakeholder engagement and teamwork is therefore crucial at this point in time in order to keep the credit union competitive and sustainable. The management and staff of GRICO are key stakeholders of the credit union as we continue to contribute to our savings and shares. As a leader of the GRICO management, I will ensure that our deductions are transferred soon after each payroll. I shall further liaise with our HR department to educate newly engaged staff about the products of the credit union in order to encourage them to register as members. As a chief executive of GRICO and a member of the credit union, and having been educated more today about the credit union and its positive impact on our staff as members, I promise that I will check often with the Director of Finance to ensure that GRICO meets its obligations of transferring staff reduction to credit soon after each month's payroll. Seeing the presence of members here, including myself, speaks volumes of the strategic vision of the board and management of the credit union to drive the organization to an unshakable but sustainable level, working as a team with stakeholders. In conclusion, with what I have witnessed on this AGM, I am convinced that our credit union is better placed to be invested in. On the basis of this, I call on members to show more interest in the union's operations by increasing our savings and share contributions. We must also invest in the term deposit account, which yields more interest than the interest on our savings. The security of members' investment is guaranteed from the submissions that have been made today. Personally, I am well known at the credit union office for my savings withdrawal or for a loan. I have always come to the Hydro Credit Union at short notice and always on emergency basis, but the union has never disappointed me. I am also excited and very happy to hear about the reduction in the interest rate for the loans. That has always been a hindrance and we need to work on it. I will end my speech by calling on the board to continue your good works and to continue to place the interest of members above parochial and self-centered interests. Long live VIA, long live GRICO, long live we, long live NEDCO, and long live the Hydro Credit Union. Thank you all, and God bless you.
Let's do it better. Thank you. See you, GRICO. You are so impressed with this very short but fully pregnant with a number of issues, and we are so grateful. In fact, the assurance of getting more members for us will earn you a very big credit for your leadership role, and we always pray for you in your efforts to be successful as the CEO of GRICO. Thank you very much. As far as the interest rate is concerned, it's seriously under review. Even recently, the Bank of Ghana's economic management team has increased the base rate by 100 percentage points from 12.5 to 13.5. We have deliberated on it. It's not going to affect the current rates that we are enjoying. We are rather looking at where we have the challenge is the formula that we use in calculating our interest rates of late. At 14.5, we are not doing badly, but we'll look at the formula and then we'll compare with other unions and other banks, and then see how best we can address this interest rate. It's one of the priorities of this current board, and we'll do that to ensure that our members enjoy better rates and then a better lifestyle as far as the rules are concerned. So we'll do just that. We also want to commend you for the efforts that we're making in ensuring that our deductions hit our accounts timely. It's one of the major issues that we face with our institutions. So we thank you so much for that effort. We appreciate this short but very pregnant note address that you have given to us. We cherish your presence here today. Next online is to invite our external auditors to give us the auditor's report. Our external auditors, if you are here, let's welcome them with a round of applause. I told you auditors, they don't receive much applause, so I'm not surprised. It looks very weak. But can we do it better?
Thank you very much, MC. Mr. Chairman, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to present to you the auditor's report to members for the financial year ended 30th June 2021. We will be presenting our opinion to members whilst the board rep, whether the treasurer or whoever that the board chooses, will present the financial statement to members as required by law. So on this note, I will call on my colleague here to present the auditor's report. Thank you.
Independent auditor's report to members of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Opinion. We have audited the financial statements of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited, set out on this page. It's around page 57. It's from page 57, which comprises the statements of financial position as of 30th June 2020, the statements of income and statements of changes in equity, statements of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Hydro Cooperative Credit Union Limited as of 30th June 2021 and its financial performance, and the cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and the requirements of the Cooperative Societies Act 1968, NLCD 252, and other regulatory requirements. Basis for our opinion: we conducted our audit in accordance with generally accepted international standards on auditing. Our responsibilities under this standard are further described in the auditor's responsibilities for the audit of the financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the credit union in accordance with the ethical requirements that are relevant to our audit of the financial statements. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Director's responsibility for the financial statements. As stated in the credit union's bylaw, the board of directors are responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of this financial statement in accordance with relevant reporting standards, Cooperative Societies Act 1968, NLCD 252, and other regulations. This responsibility includes designing, implementing, and maintaining internal control relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements that are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error, selecting and applying appropriate accounting policies, and making accounting estimates that are reasonable in the circumstances. Auditor's responsibility. Our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an audited report that includes our opinion. We conclude our audit in accordance with generally accepted international standards on auditing. Those standards require that we apply with the ethical requirements and plan and perform the audit to obtain reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are free from material mistakes. And audit involves performing procedures to obtain audit evidence about the amount and disclosures in the financial statements. The procedures selected depend on the auditor's judgment, including the assessment of the risk of material misstatement, the financial statement. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individual or inadequate. In making those risk assessments, we obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the credit union internal control. We also evaluated the appropriateness of the accounting policy used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates made by the management, as well as evaluating the overall presentation of the financial statement. This was signed by our head of audit, Mr. Romeo Odompo, myself, Dr. Sofoyu, and Abigail Adole of Department of Co-operative. Thank you.
Oh, let's give them a round of applause. What they are operating there is not an easy thing at all. That's what they are operating there. Same will be much as so much here come. Here come. I said, Papa, so machine here come. What interests me normally on audit reports is where they talk about the responsibilities of the board of directors. The auditors will come in and look at the work that has been presented to them. Report the amount and no now my said, yeah, come on. No controls are the year human our dear. Directors, no, mumu duty. The one share no more controls, no, I never papa, but no, be a because audited. It's more than over share about controls now, yes, now report out the more, no machine, say, papa, now after your mass certified. So, board of directors, you have a lot of responsibility to ensure that the controls are adequate, the controls are good to sustain members' money and investments. So let's work together as a team to ensure that we don't let our members down. That one day we'll hear that the credit union has collapsed. That should never happen. So the board of directors, we have a lot of work to do. Thank you, our independent auditors, for such a wonderful work and report. In fact, they were around for about 3 to 4 weeks. They did a great job going through all the documents and ensuring that the figures that have been presented by our staff, who have also done a great job, led by both the accountant and the manager, Mr. Gatti. Good work to all of you, and we acknowledge the good works that you have done. Let's give all of them a round of applause. Now we call on the treasurer. Now that the auditors say your accounts are fine, we can listen to you. Let's give a round of applause to the treasurer to deliver the financial highlights on the financial statement. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Mr. Chairman, dear guests of honor, the CEO of CRICO, representatives from the Department of Co-operative, the Regional Director, representatives from HCCUL, the Eastern Chapter Manager, old and current board members, Director of Hydro, Volta River Authority, the Mayor of Akosombo, all committee members, staff, management, and our cherished members. I'm privileged to present to you the income statement for the year ended 30th June 2021. If you have the brochure, you can turn to page 57. You have the particulars, you have the notes, the year under review, and the previous year. The notes you can check from page 66 to 71. It gives details of the report. Mr. Chairman, our total income as at the year ended 30th June 2021 is 17,634,799 Ghana cedis, as compared to 16,290,659 Ghana cedis, 54 pesos, an increase of 8.25%. Our total expenditure as at 30th June 2021 is 9,806,965.23 pesos, as compared to 10,763,579.22 pesos. With prudence and strategies, the committee members, staff, management, and board were able to reduce the expenditure by 8.14%. Mr. Chairman, our net surplus for the year under review is 7,747,833 Ghana cedi, 85 pesos, as compared to last year of 5,527,058 Ghana cedi, an increase of about 40.80%. Mr. Chairman, with the surplus of operation, we have the statutory reserve, which is 1,936,958 Ghana cedi, 46 pesos, as compared to 1,381,764 Ghana cedi, an increase of 40.80%. Mr. Chairman, the educational reserve, which is 2%, is 154,956,000 Ghana cedi, as compared to 110,541, an increase of 40.18%. The Chairman, with a corporate social responsibility, which is also 2% of the net surplus, we have 154,956 Ghana cedi, 68 pesos, as compared to 110,000 Ghana cedi, 541.17 pesos, also an increase of 40.18%. Mr. Chairman, with the operating reserve, which is 71% of the net surplus, the year under review, we have 5,500,962 Ghana cedi, 3 pesos, as compared to 3,924,211 pesos, also an increase of 40.18. Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you turn to page 58. That is Statement of Financial Position of the Hydro Cooperative Credit Union as of 30th June 2021. Mr. Chairman, our total asset as of the year under review is 126,524,020 Ghana cedi, as compared to 111,053,331 Ghana cedi, also an increase of about 13.9%. Our current liability, the total current liability as at 30th June 2021, 72,977,454 Ghana cedi, 64 pesos, as compared to 68,010,343 10 pesos. Equity stands at 53,546,566 Ghana cedi, 8 pesos, as compared to the previous year of 43,042,988 Ghana cedi, 15 pesos. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done with the income statement for the year ended 30th June 2024, together with the financial position of this great union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause to the treasurer. These are the highlights on the financial statement. And in fact, when you look at the next page, we have the cash flow statement, which the figures are right there. And then we also have the statement of changes in the equity, which is also the next page. All the figures are clear. The most important are what he has read. The notes to the accounts are also following from pages 66 to 71. The notes, that is the details. So we'll open the floor for questions, and we'll open the floor for questions. Somanya, Main Town, and here, if anyone has anything to say. But before you ask the question, you have to check the notes to the accounts, because the notes explains the figures. So you have to check before you ask any more questions. If you are satisfied, then we'll move forward from there and consider the dividend declaration and then also the budget. So the floor is open. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Let me make it short. Okay, because of that. But I've already commended you. And it seems if I continue to do it, it becomes within it. Right now, what members need is what we declare as well. That will make members know that we are ready to carry it. So that is what we have. Now, when I look at this thing, the income, the budget for 2020-2021 We said we're going to give us 14,584, that was budget. That we're able to give us 13,743. All the revenues here, or the incomes you indicated in your budget, you couldn't achieve it. And I don't know why you couldn't. Because interest on loans, you know the number of the amount you've given out as loans. You know you are taking 17.55%. And so you're able to calculate and tell us this is what we are going to achieve at the end of the financial year. So that is the question I'm asking. Why couldn't you achieve your incomes as against the budget you presented us that we approved? Then expenditures. Well, cost of funds in the budget, you made it 6,668,000, but you were able to pay 4,981,000. That may be, well, because coming in the list, you reduce the interest rate somehow. Or maybe that some members decided to withdraw their savings. That is why you couldn't pay those interests. Then, let me go back to the conclusion of the Supervisory Committee. The conclusion said the staff worked diligently, the staff cooperated, and therefore we approved 2,118,907.52. And this management of the personnel that has worked so much to achieve 7.7 as what? Next support. You didn't pay them the money. We budgeted 218, and you paid them 2,104. The personnel worked so much. And so we're expecting that you pay them more. But then members agreed and then budgeted 2,118,000 at our last meeting. And then we went and paid them 2,104,000. Why? I think I ought to. Now, administration. Administration, you brought a budget of 830, 666.79. But you spent 947, 752.51. That means you exceeded your budget. Okay. Provision for loans and losses. That one, you have to come down. I mean, you'll be able to retrieve some of them. So, what was there, I'm not going to mention. Then, okay, last year, you declared a dividend of 0.131 per share, I think so. 0.131. 0.131. That was the shares or the dividend you declared. And I was saying, that is the only way members will be happy with the new board, because we are not used to. We were enjoying 30% on our monies invested in shares. That was what we were enjoying. 30%, 20%, 25% on the net, on the monies we have invested as shares. Until last year, we decided to give us 30% on the net profit. That's after reserves have been deducted. And so, you gave us 0.131. If we are going to make us happy. Then when I went through this, I saw the board members' resume. Very, very impressive resume. But what would the members go there and look at this resume when we are giving them this scanty dividend? What will let members go and see, let me see. Board, who are those? Who are these? They will go there because we are giving them what? Good money. Then they will go there and say, board members, we are very happy. Then they will look at the picture and praise you, and then tell you that God bless you, even though you don't see them. So this year, if you give them 1 cedi per share or 50 pesos per share, members will look for this book and will sing your praises. Members will look for this book and sing your praises because you have changed your lives. 50 pesos or 1 cedi. I'm waiting to see what the board will say. It's an advice. I'm waiting for what the board will say. It's an advice. You see, the members, as you know, are the brain behind this union. So when you make them happy, they contribute, they invest. Now, from the budget, what I saw from the notes of the organizational cost, there it is indicated honorable to board members, even though I haven't gone to Parliament. I'm looking at this one. Honorable to board members is 777. The budget of 2020-2021 indicated 332,000 was what was quoted. But from what we are seeing here, it is 777, 14.01 or 12% of the operating reserves. 14.01, 2 of the operating reserves of 5500 in the rest. And so if a 13-member board is taking 14.012 or so of our net surplus, then what are you giving to strong members of 11,000? This, my only plea to the board members, think about it. Please think about it. And do something about it. We need a very good dividend. We need a very good dividend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nantes. I think we spoke earlier. You raised some of the issues that we are talking about today. And
hello.
Yeah, I think we raised some of the issues. And this, the way we want members to contribute to some of this information that we put in the domain 2 weeks ahead of the AGM, so that some of them we can prepare and respond appropriately. You raised the issue on cost of funds, budgeted but could not be achieved. Cost of funds is basically the interest that we pay on savings and so on and so forth. And we all agree that due to the COVID, the period of was not very encouraging. And with the drop of the interest rate also affected the interest that we pay on savings and others. So we budgeted in the previous year hoping for improvement in financial activities, but it's now that activities are picking up after the COVID. We are praying that going forward to 2022, we'll be able to achieve our targets. Then there was also the staff cost that the budget gave us, the figure which the actual was slightly less than what was budgeted for. And we just want to assure that not the staff are not well taken care of. The staff are really well taken care of by the board. It's always good to have a positive variance than to have a negative variance. And the difference is quite small. I think that place, we nearly got it right. And I'm very sure the staff are happy as far as their remuneration and other conditions are concerned. And it has recently been reviewed and taken care of in the coming budgets that we are going to present. So the staff, we will say, are well taken care of. And the purpose is also to ensure that they continue to work harder and also prevent fraud and others. Loans are granted, and the other conditions are also met to ensure that the staff are well taken care of. So the 2022 budget too, we have made adequate provision for the review that we did, and we continue to take care of the staff. Admin budget exceeded the appropriate levels. Yes, we looked at the budget and realized that it looks like the provision that was made was smaller than what was actually reflecting in the previous accounts. So we have made adequate provision for the administrative balances to agree with the budgeted balances in the coming period. Because when you look at the previous accounts, the figures that we show you shows that the provision that was made was not adequate. So we have realized that one. And the board has also been working towards ensuring that administrative costs and charges are brought down as per the current measures have been taken. If you look at the budget that we want to present, we have done enough adequate provisions to ensure that administrative charges are well taken care of. When you look at the breakdown of it in the notes, you will see that a number of activities do take place in the administrative and the costs, affiliations and others. So we want to look at them critically going forward and see how best we can control those charges to ensure that funds are freed for other purposes. The dividend, we have been declaring the dividend currently on the net profits that we get. That is the new dividend policy. We take a portion of it and then share it among the share holding structures of individuals. So we credit that one. When we finish adopting the accounts, the board chairman will come in with the dividend declaration. And I hope, despite the COVID period, we'll all smile thereafter. So we are praying hard that when it comes to deliver the dividend today, we will smile. And the fact that we are unable to give so much on the reserve, we realize that we have a lot of money locked up at the investment that we did, that is the locked up funds. It's running close to 15 million that is locked up. So if we were not to have this reserve, look at the reserve figure that we have now from the statement of financial position. We have a reserve of currently 38 million sitting in our accounts. So the 38 million is what has managed to cushion the cash flow of the union as a result of the locked up funds. So going forward, the board has decided to ensure that
there's strict investment policy to ensure that we don't invest in some of these non-financial institutions without capacity. And even with the banks, we are looking at the high-ranking banks now that we are saving, we are putting our investments, surplus investments at the place. So now we are dealing with EcoBank, GCB, and so forth, so that we don't encounter these locked up funds again. And we are assuring members that we are still following up seriously on the locked up funds. We've engaged Atuguba's chambers to help us unlock that funds, which is running to about 40% of our reserve. It's huge. So we need to manage the dividend that we declare this time. If you're able to unlock that money, it will bring all those monies back into our cash flow system. And that will ensure that we are liquid enough. And when we are liquid enough, we'll be able to declare more dividend. You all agree that there's one thing making profit and then another being liquid. Because profit is not liquid. So if you make profit and you don't have the liquid assets to pay, or you don't even have liquid assets to operate, then you run into troubles. So though the dividend this year will be good, it's not to the satisfaction of the board because of the way we have come to see the affairs. Because if you don't unlock that funds, we can't give out more. And we want to sustain the institution so that we can be more liquid. At any time you need a loan, you can get. If you want to withdraw your money, you can get. So that is the challenges that we are facing as it is now. And if God permits, we are able to unlock those funds, I assure you that we'll be very good and liquid enough to be able to sustain most of the dividends and other reserves that we will pay. And indeed, we also want to add that the amount of reserve we are retaining again and what we have is for the purpose of acquiring ICT software to improve on our performance. If the one that is being sponsored by World Bank comes in, then we will still have enough reserve, and coming year we'll be able to declare a better dividend. So thank you for drawing attention to those lines. If there are more questions, we'll take.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address the issue with the honorarium. By practice, the honorarium should be itemized, should stand alone. But the system we are using, we have combined all the allowances from the loans committee, the supervisory committee, and the board allowances together. So the figure, 77,000, is a combination of all allowances paid to our loans committee, the supervisory committees, and the board setting. So the figure there doesn't represent the honorarium alone. It's a combination of the various allowances. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll take the next course. Online. Okay, let's listen to the online one. Then I'll come to you. Let's listen to the online one. Are we coming in the time faster?
Okay, so let's. Yes, please come in with your questions.
Akosombo is engaged in that way. And that's what that was complete. And what I think, just 5,000 for, I think, some schools. I don't know what foundation can be used that take a asset, make a profit of them. So,
please, can you repeat your question? We didn't get you well. Hello?
What I'm saying, and I'm responsible.
Okay.
Please, can I?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I?
Yes, we can hear you now. Can you start all over and listen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I'm not a surplus from financial.
Okay.
So, yeah. There's a portion for future that of our nation. There's a chairman for social responsibility. Set around 5,000 for. I just want to know what will the limiting amount.
Kweku Asante Sefako, that is the name. Kweku Asante, thank you for that question. The corporate social responsibility that we undertook at Kotibo, DLA, DHS, the components were 15 JHS candidates who were supposed to be fed for the period that they were going to use in writing their exams. And the cost for each student was 10 cedis per head. And they had 21 teachers who were going to take them through various lessons. They also had to be given some motivation to encourage them to support. They have to commute from town in Akosombo Township, the teachers, and come to the school to assist in the lesson delivery. So they presented a budget to the board. The board reviewed their budget request and held that they should be supported. In addition, the board gave out mathematical sets for free. That wasn't part of the budget. The board thought that going into an exams, they'll be doing some form of technical drawings and mathematical constructions. For that matter, they should be supported mathematically. So, if you asked, that was the component of the 5,000 Ghana cedis. Cost of feeding them as a result of the campaign and teachers' motivation to assist in the lesson delivery, as well as transportation costs for the teachers. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Let's pick
Thank you, Mr. MC. My name is Iman Yabua. Doc, I want to go back to the honorarium issue. Now, if you compare 21 to 2020, the difference is about 25%. The figures are, the honorarium, the figures are 777,051.75 as compared to 822,122 in 2020. That's about 25%, 24.99 something%. Page 68 under organizational cost. Now, the 777 is also 64%, almost 64% of organizational cost. I said, let's go back to the committee allowance and honorarium. I started by saying that the difference between 2021 and 2020 is about 24 or 25%. That's 24.9 something percent, almost 25. As against 62. Now, the same year, honorarium and the organizational for the same figure is about 64% of the cost of the organizational cost, 64%, which means that whatever is being done under organizational cost, the board allowances and honorarium is taking a huge sum of what? The amount. Right? What must have accounted for this figure? What is the difference? Because the treasurer made us to understand that it's a combination of the committee allowance and board allowance, the supervisory and those allowances. And we couldn't separate them. So what must have accounted for the 25% increase over 2020? What are you doing different? Or is it just that we are increasing the number of meetings just to amass whatever? Moreover, what is the allowance for a board member or a committee member? What is it? What is the amount? Is it 1 cedi, 10 cedi, or 100 cedi? You should let us know the amount. Now, if you go to the budget for 2022, okay, thank you. So, I'm okay, so I want an explanation to that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Can we listen to Sophia? Sophia, please, if you are on, come on.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so before I ask you the question, just a comment of this, that the dividend that was declared last year was on the surplus, which it should be, because you cannot share what you do not have. So it's okay to tell us what you are declaring, but then what members want to know, what we are interested in, is what is the dividend per share, so that you can quickly calculate how much you should expect. So if the treasurer has not done that calculation, it's an appeal before you declare. Please do that calculation so that we know the dividend per share. Another observation question. It's okay to, be the rate that we declare or the rate that we all agree on is what is being implemented. Now to the question I want to ask on the financial statement, if we could go to page 68. Page 68 of the financial statements and the administration, the first item on the administration, there's an item, the non-performing investments written off, which seems like it's doubled. I don't know what we are calling non-performing investments written off. So if the treasurer could explain to us what we are calling non-performing investments written off and why the figure increased by 100, or why the figure doubled. Is it that the actual amount that we've written off, or this is just an allocation that we are making? Thank you. Last comment. Some of the credit unions, they have regular meetings and not just the AGM. And so I would like to suggest to management and the board, if it's not too much, at least we can start with quarterly meetings so that members can ask the questions about the products and services that we have to offer. And if there are issues, we try to resolve them before the AGM. Dr. Keke, I hope you are listening to me.
Sorry, your last one, I didn't.
So I'm saying that some of the credit unions, they meet on monthly basis. So maybe for a start, if it's not too much, we could be looking at quarterly meetings so that we, educate members of the product. If members have issues, we can be addressed at these meetings before we come for the AGM. Thank you.
Okay, that's brilliant. Is there any other person online or someone here? Mauto, let's listen to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. I am allowed to see the figure concerning the ongoing and the committee. If this is how our money has been spent, then I am afraid for this credit. Number one. Number two, for about 4 years now, we make a proposal that the interest rate formula should be looked at, because the way all banks have reduced and they are using full method for calculation of interest rate, always are not like that. Moreover, I am happy that God said I'm going to first go and how the assistant running. I constantly say that we have to look at the University of Ghana credit. They are using simple interest and they create a single digit as income. We cannot overburden members with a higher interest for some few people to be enjoying. My last point is about the bylaws. There is a point to have put in the bylaws that if members accept and they want to continue, they get to
Mr. Mauto, please, you have not read the bylaws. So if you are now considering the accounts, we'll come to the bylaws. So if it's related to the accounts, then we can accept that. Hello, Mr. Mauto. He's off. Yes, let him talk. But I want him to understand that we are considering the accounts. We'll come on the bylaws. So let's talk about the accounts for now. Is it okay? Okay, let me start from Mr. Malto expressed the point on the interest rates, and which we have already talked about. So we are working towards looking at the interest rates to bring it down for members to enjoy better loan facilities. So we have promised that somewhere January thereabout we'll be able to do a final review of the interest rates. Madam spoke about the quarterly meetings. I think the board will look at it. Then the non-performing investments rating of 637,966.14 is a provision that we have made to adequately cover the non-performing investments, that is those that are locked up. In fact, if you recover them, we'll bring them back. So now it is, prudence concept and other concepts in finance where we don't have to overstate profits. We make room for all possible losses. So we have brought it up to reflect the current amount that are locked up to make sure that we have made enough provisions for them. So that going forward, if we don't recover them, then we have already taken good care of them through the profits that we have been declaring. If we recover them, we'll bring them back. And let me draw your attention to the statement of the assets value or the capital, the reserves. When you look at page 74 shows that we managed to recover some of the investments. So when we managed to recover those investments, we have written them back. That is why you see a credit of 792,114.05 on the operating reserve as an additional money we have recovered. So now we have written off parts against the profits. But going forward, when we recover, we will bring it back into the operating reserve. So it is always good to make a provision for the possible losses than to declare a huge profit, share it among members, while some of your assets are high risk based. So that is why we have made adequate provision. And it's always good to make adequate provision. So let's accept the provision as it is now, and then going forward, if you're able to recover, like we said, we have engaged Atuguba's law firm to help us recover the loans. The investments that are locked up. The implementation of the interest rate agreed is also being monitored by both the loans and credit and loans committee of the board, and then also the supervisory committee is also made to follow up on some of these decisions that are taken by the board. So it's normally monitored and it will be reviewed from time to time. Dividend per share. Yes, we are working on that. So the dividend that will be declared by the chairman in the dividend policy will be spread among the number of shares that we have, and that will give us the dividend per share. The 777 figure that has occurred several times, as our brother indicated, is an increase over the previous year's one. The previous year was 622, 122. and now it's 777051.75. Management board has taken notice of it, and we'll look at it going forward and then control the costs that are related to that. And we are saying that this one belongs to the period 2020 to 2021, prior to this board taking over. So we'll look at it going forward as for the increase or otherwise of those committee and honorarium allowances. It also includes the travels and other expenditures that go with the board and all the committees that work for the board.
Yes. I believe the question you asked is what you are answering.
Okay, come in.
We want to know how much each committee member pays on a sitting day. That's what we want to know.
You want to know how much this committee member takes?
Yes.
That's a what you want to know.
We have the board remuneration policy, which runs every 2 years. It's reviewable every 2 years and is incorporated in the budget. Provisions are made in the budget to cater for. Now, in 2019-2020, the rate for board sitting was 500 Ghana cedis per board member. Then the committees also has 100 Ghana cedis. In fact, it runs down to the loans committee. The loans committee, they sit 8 times a week, a month. The loans committee, they sit 8 times, 2 times in the week. So they also are paid 100 Ghana cedis per sitting. Now, it comes up to when the board also has other issues to attend to. There are instances where there are impromptu visits by our partners and regulatory authorities. We also have to convey if business partners call for meetings. So there are intermittent meetings that come after the monthly board meetings. And there are very pressing matters arising that ought to be attended to. So it's not to say that the board increases their number of sittings. For instance, if the board has to follow up on investment recovery, what will the board have to do? Obviously, the board will travel to make such follow-ups. And in the remuneration policy, it makes provision for inconveniences, day trip, and other allowances attributable to the travel. So, if we mention board allowances, they come in various forms, various components. For instance, this Henry Gakwe, the embezzlement issue of 255,000, we're making a follow-up, and we go to court almost every month. Going to court, and the officers who follow up and appear in court, there is an issue that is catered for. So these are the results of some of this expenditure or expenses that come with the board on the road. Now, if we segment them, you will say that expenses that come for meetings, sittings, we can categorize them. Then expenses that come at travels, we can also categorize them. Then other intermittent meetings that are also organized as and when they are called. Just yesterday, the Zenith Bank manager came up with a proposal and requesting to have a meeting with the board. Must the board say because of board allowances, they will not meet the manager? We have even received an invitation to meet COA team on our software issue that is unable to automatically capture our entries when payroll makes deduction. So COA is proposing a meeting on the 21st of this month, which does not form part of our board sittings. Must we say, because we don't want to increase board sittings, we should not attend such a meeting that could inure to the benefit of the union? Because we're trying to find lasting solution to the software CUSOFT challenge that is unable to take care of our source reductions. So if you want to run a commentary through the allowances, then I will plead with the regulator when it comes to the allocation of expenditure case, so we can attribute the cost centers to each activity that is undertaken. So members will appreciate what comes into incurring direct costs attributable to a specific activity. I think this should be very satisfying to you. And currently, the board has done a review of our remuneration policy after having reviewed the staff remuneration policy, that is the CBA. The board's remuneration policy was reviewed, and the current rates we have is 800 Ghana cedis per board sitting. Now, this allowance is going to run for 2 years period. Yes, 800 Ghana cedis per sitting. Now, the issue is that board members have to commute from far and near to attend meetings. And the meeting time that you will have to spend, you may visit to see when board members come for meetings and leave the conference room. Sometimes 11 a.m., other times 12 a.m. When the issues are not extensively exhausted. PM, thank you. When the issues are not extensively exhausted, you can't leave them. The board also needs results. So it is a very cumbersome issue. We are also looking at benchmarking our allowances with other credit unions. The position that Hydro Cooperative Credit Union stands now is such that if you benchmark our allowances with the top credit unions, then we would have appreciated the allowances that Hydro Cooperative Credit Union takes. So we will measure, if you want to do a fair analysis of allowances remuneration analysis, then you have to look at span of time on the job and then quantum of job that is undertaken. Then we would have appreciated the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's move forward. You still have something to say? Okay, come in.
Mr. Chairman, I'm shocked and I'm surprised. Doctor tried to even tell us how we are going to reduce it, but you are even doing the issues well. You have reviewed 500 to 800 Ghana, then how are we going to decrease the interest rate? Because it's going to also add up to operational expense. So if the board system is now 800 Ghana, I don't know what the rate. And I'm surprised that no employee faces his own salary. We are the board members, we are the members of the union. We are supposed to face your remuneration, not you. So if you decide to set a committee to review your own salary, approve it by yourself, then there's no way the union is going to last. Because from 800 Ghana cedis times, even if you are 9 members a day, and from the meeting that you have been said, you have a series of meetings, and then you're even going to pay for your traveling time. That's serious. So let's find a solution to this problem. As for the 800, I think most of the members do not agree with it. And I don't know what they think took effect. Is it from March coming or when? Yeah, because I want to say it in trees so that our sisters and brothers out there will also hear it. Manager, please. No, I want to.
Let's explain. We all spoke in English. You have made your point. If you want to explain, we can move it into the tree. Now, the issues that you are raising, and the chairman has given a response that the sitting allowance of the directors used to be 500 cedis, which was approved prior to the previous board that had been in existence. And that is the figure we are now looking at. Yeah, that is the figure we are looking at. It used to exist as the 500 cedis per sitting. And the chairman explained, previously the board was sitting sometimes even twice or so in a month. Now the board sits once in a month. So this rate is once in a month for the board. And it's based on the review that has been done. The review of the 800 cedis we are talking about now is the current that is moving from, September or so that the review was done and moving into 2022. So that one is done by practice. The board sets the committee, the HR committee, to look at it and then review it, and then it's presented into the budget. The budget is then read and approved by members. Then it becomes the implementation. The way you are raising the issue, who do you want to review the condition? It's the board subcommittee on HR that does it. And then it's incorporated into the budget. Then the budget is approved by members. That is the practice. And it has been done all these years. So let's move forward from there. We'll come to the budget and then we'll give an explanation to it. And it will interest you to note, as the chairman said, that if you benchmark the board sitting of Hydro Credit Union, we have our cooperative and other poor members here, and the audit team also comes to look at it. If it were anything outrageous as against other credit unions, this matter would have been raised long time. So let's move forward from there. If it comes to the budget, you can still comment on it. So let's move forward. Now that we have looked at the accounts and we have looked at all the details, let's look at other issues.
that we use that measure to declare bonuses for staff. Now, if the staff are taking 3% of the total net surplus declared as bonus paid to them, what will you expect the board to also use to determine their honorarium at the end of the period? Now, it has been resolved and passed and incorporated into the budget using 6% as a determinant, a range of between 1% to 6%, depending on the net surplus declared. You understand? So it is tied to net surplus. Honorarium is tied to net surplus. That is how we measure the declaration of honorarium for the board. So the moment the board performs, the board is incentivized using the results. It's like performance management system. How has the board performed over the years? And it is in terms of surplus maximization. You understand? So we can say that if the board does less, if you want honorarium to go down, then obviously the board will not perform and inflows income will come down. There is going to be little income made because making income comes with expenses. You can't generate income without spending. It is directly proportional. As you put in more, you get more. You can't be sitting at one place and expect to make profit. You obviously have to go around. The marketing team, we went around to Tamale Medco. If we had sat here, would we have gotten members? Madam Sophia is even requesting that we should do quarterly meetings. These quarterly meetings will come with a cost and a benefit aspect. So we're looking at cost-benefit analysis. What is going to be the cost to be incurred in generating a particular revenue? That is what you have to measure. So if board is deemed to, we should sit remotely and leave management to micromanage the union. At the end of the day, you, the same person, will come and say the board has been irresponsible. So the board must come to speed to ensure that we also take responsibility. We take responsibility of what happens at the credit union by doing day-to-day monitoring. We go to the credit union to sign checks on a daily basis. You understand? This activity cannot be shed off. It is part of the responsibility of the board to ensure that there is prudent management of the union. So it is an engagement we will have to engage in, like you suggested, that we should look at a way of minimizing or looking at other expenses that will increase the cost. So thank you very much. Okay, so to add up to that, the decree is also clear that honorarium paid to directors should not be more than 10%. So we are operating within a regulatory spectrum that we cannot, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure the board members also enjoy the bonus from the surplus that you make from your annual, what we call profit now. Yeah. I want to find out. That is not bonus. Okay. That is what we term as honorarium. Okay, fine. Now, I want to know, once you have subcommittees of the board who sit and discuss specific issue, why do you think you should hold monthly board meetings and not quarterly? Thank you. The bylaw, as we even rightly said, we're going to look at it today, requires that the board meets monthly. Now, if you look at the activities that has to come into meeting monthly, we review the monthly financial report of the period. Every month when we meet, it is incumbent on us to review the monthly financial report. And we are accountable if you don't review properly and ensure that all the control systems are in place or accountability is done appropriately. The board of directors and the auditors read their report are responsible. So sitting down to even review a full financial report, my brother, is not an easy. Before other issue, CUA has queried us over 6 months financial reports are in arrears by management as a result of the non-performance of our current software system. You see, so the board of directors will meet if we have to go through ensure that this expenditure issue are problem. We also appreciate them the way they are before we even put them in the report. When CUA comes, we should be able to speak to them. So going forward, if the board of directors will have to sit quarterly, then of course regulation will have to change to suit that activity. Okay. So maybe the regulator is here, the Department of Cooperative is here, the CUA chapter manager is here. They can take note of it going into the future if they so think that that will allow what we call it, due care to be exercised. And then the responsibility of you taking the bull by the horn. If you have a farm and you go and sit remotely and let the caretaker work on the farm, when the produce are ready, we will know who is really the owner. Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman,
thank you very much. Then it is said, and the guy said, MC, what I said, staff, maybe, and then swat it. As you start in the only one. The shop of is you go out there. Staff in the only one. But what they did, what they are going to be. And I think I'm going to change and put you on the train. The entrance of which I put here, the mountain will be saying, you were Diamond abroad. We want you to explain to us. But what can I want here?
I think I made a submission that we reviewed the budget over the period in respect of the director's figures, and the amount that was budgeted was less than the activity. The managers own, that is the staff's own, that one was adequately budgeted. We reviewed the previous period, and that is why the excess came out. And I explained that one to you, so I think we should move forward from there.
Audit and the budget.
Yes, which we did, and I explained that
and
now financial allocation, we looked at we didn't prepare that budget. And this board didn't prepare that budget.
No, it can't be possible. That you are not shifting blame before that is gone. That is not possible.
That budget was prepared last year, the previous period. So why will that be the responsibility of the board?
Well, you take responsibility of everything that you took over.
That is why we are
you see, if that board was going.
In financial statement preparing, let me explain. In financial statement preparation, it is done prior to a period. So this particular one, the budget was done in the previous year. And then when we reviewed this, when we were preparing this account, we also questioned. We saw the change against the budget. You saw it. So that's why we also queried that, why is this figure so huge like this? And we realized that the budget that was picked from that period was lower as against even the actual of six. You mentioned 300, but even the actual for last year, that is 2020, was 600,000. So how can you make a provision of 300 as a budget against the 777 that has been spent?
No,
but the budget was lower.
That budget that we approved in 2015 is what I mentioned.
Exactly.
And so now
that was done in 2019.
No.
And then spent in 2020.
No.
When was that budget prepared?
We met here and then you.
When?
That was 2020. That was the budget.
It couldn't have been actual. We can't get
that was the budget we approved for 2021.
And that budget was done in the previous year against that figure. We want to understand the simple comparison. Yes. That budget will be extended into 2022. So you have actual for 2022 against the budget. Yes. You have approved. Yes. You are now going to overspend. Yes. You think I will not do that for you to revert back? You think you will not do that? To revert when?
You see,
which AGM are you talking about again? It is this AGM. And you are paying. No. Please. Let's have order. Let me. I'll come to you. Just relax. The meeting, the AGM was done the previous year, of which the budget was approved. Now you can't have another AGM again, but the expenditure, we realized that it had exceeded what was budgeted for. So we queried that what happened, and then we realized that the figure that was presented as at that time was lower than even the actual for that period. So that is where the mistake came from. I accept that there is an increase of the figure from 600 as actual to the 777. I accept that one. And that is the one we are saying that we need to look at going forward, the number of sitting and other activities that will control the excess expenditure that will occur. That was the explanation.
You see, previously, you see, when you read account, you read it the following year. It is not today that you are reading this account. That is why you are finding this one. Like this one would have been read in 2022. You understand? This, what we are reading today, would have been read in 2022, but because you have been very proactive, that is why we are reading it today. I think we are so, yes. Now, man, there's this thing here I don't understand. On the organizational cost, board and committee official, then meeting cost, board and committee official, and meeting cost.
Board
and committee official. Page 6 pages or so. The organizational cost, the notes. Yes. We have board and committee official. Please, board and committee official. Then the last one is meeting cost. So what is it? What is happening? Meeting cost.
Annual general meeting.
No, not that one. Okay, is it? After the annual general meeting expenses, you have meeting cost.
Meeting cost.
Yes, last one. That is 540. Then you have board and committee.
Yes, the meeting cost is the cost for refreshing the board and the committee. When they come, they give them water. You understand? The drink and the fish.
Apart from the cost sitting.
Apart from refreshment, that is not there. So what amount is that?
have debtor with staff, and other debtors with the board. This one is not even actually, it's a general meeting cost. Recently, we had a meeting with the staff and held a debtor at the Volta Hotel here.
That costs 11,000.
And occasionally,
For how many times?
the staff themselves also hold meetings among themselves. So they have certain meetings they do. For instance, every Monday they meet and have discussions. So as and when they also meet, there is some component of cost incurred. Yes.
Then the other one is board and committee official. The amount 20,936. Board and committee official. What are those? I'm asking board and committee officials, 20,930.
Board and committee official. We have to find out from the accountant. Where is the accountant? Board and committee official. Page 68. Board and committee official.
And the way things are, you have to bring all the labels to your.
So we can the accountant can be looking at it once we move on. At this stage, I don't know if there are people online, members online to ask further questions. If there are no questions, somebody should move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the absence of any further question, I move that the income statement and the statement of financial position as of 30th June 2021 should be adopted and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nantes. For second, let's move forward. The next on the line is a declaration of dividend. I will call on the chairman to give the dividend policy. Let's welcome the chairman with a round of applause.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge the question that Madam Sophia asked about the value of our shares. Our shares are not priced, they are in monetary terms. The amount for which a member can hold as shares should not exceed 20% of the net assets, so total assets. So you can procure shares to a maximum, but it shouldn't go beyond 20% of the total assets. Now, if you want to compute your share value after the period, what you do is that how much shares have you bought in monetary terms? Then you divide that amount by the total shares that has been bought times the share rate that has been declared. That is your portion. The dividend declared. That is your portion of the returns you will get when the share is being distributed. Now, if you look at the financial income statement, you will realize that the appropriation of the net surplus is statutory. We have 25% reserve. Let's look at the appropriation of the net surplus. The 7747 833.85. Page 57. Page 57. You will see that statutory reserve is 25%. This one is slapped on the net surplus. You have to take that out before any other appropriation. Then you go to education reserve. That one too is statutory. You have to take it out. Then you have social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility is also 2%. Then now what is left is what you have to appropriate your dividend from. So over the years, the system was computing dividend on, like you said, the shares you have bought, which conflicts with regulation. Share is computed on the net surplus. That is the dividend. You accrue dividend based on the surplus declared and its appropriation. What will be left is distributed to members. So, if there were no statutory appropriation requirement, then we could have appropriated the net surplus, the dividend from the net surplus. So now, we have to allocate the appropriation percentage, and the 71% that is left is what the board will have to propose for members as dividend to them. Now, the board of directors, in acting on the mandate conferred to us, we did the analysis and realized that on the basis of our net surplus having rose from 5.5% to 5.5 million to 7.74 million, we would be better placed if we almost double last year's total amount in terms of appropriation to members. That is to say, a share amount in total resulting into dividend of 1.6 million was paid to members in 2019-2020. That is the total amount of shares that members bought, and the portion of which was declared as dividend was 1.6 million. This 1.6 million, we are doubling it this year, almost doubling it to say 2.7 million, which will represent 50% of the operating reserve. 50% of the operating reserve. Now, if you do the mathematics, it is now 35% of the net surplus. 35.5% of the net surplus. Yes.
If last year 5.5 and gave us 30%, and this year was last year was 3.9, and then you gave us 30%. This year we are 5.5 and you are giving us 35%.
I think, I explained earlier that we looked at the amount of investment that is risking impairment. We have
everything has been done.
Yes.
That's why you came by this week.
Yes.
So we can gain value
I'm
from those
coming.
figures.
Yes. So right now, we have almost 15 million risking impairment. And that is what we are trying to write off some over a period so that we can continue to pursue them. When we get them, then we reinstate them. So if you look at the reserve as it is now, we have 38 million in reserve. Prudent accounting will tell you that if you have 38 million and 15 million is at risk, you have to continue to build that reserve until we are able to recover that money. It will be risky to declare the reserves that you have and share them among the members. It's trying period.
We are not asking.
You see, that is what I'm coming. Let me finish. It's a trying period. And our appeal that prudent accounting practice is needed at this particular period to ensure that the liquidity of the union is not risked. Because if we say that we want to eat our eggs as it is today, when we have made wrongful investments and we have almost 50 million at risk, no one knows whether we can recover that money or not. So for now, we looked at it and said, look, at least we shouldn't make members worse off. The figure that is at page 57, that is the 71% of the figure of the surplus that is supposed to go into reserve. The reserve belongs to members, which now becomes 38 million. That money belongs to members. But if we want to take it right now, we will risk the liquidity of the union.
No.
That is why we are saying that we will give half of that one out as dividend, and that will give us 35%.
So 35%.
Yes.
How much is it? Because last year it was
35% is what Chairman
last year it
announced.
was 0.131. Last year it was 0.131.
Last year what we paid out.
Yes.
If I were to advise, I would not have given that advice. Because that is what is making this year a little worse off. Because we have not made adequate provision to the 15 million that is still sitting there. They knew it, that it was there. But the dividend they declared, they should have even lessened it and tell people that, look, we have this money at risk. We don't know whether we'll get it or not. And prudent financial system indicates that the union must be liquid by at least 40% of its assets. It's a poor requirement. And you have to have that money sitting there at any time that our regulators will see that we have enough money sitting. But in the books, you see that you have all that 15 million sitting there.
Yes.
So that money is being used against the reserve as a way of providing enough liquid to enable the union to, to survive.
Yes, no. The new board, you came to meet all this.
Yes.
And you decided to increase the board members.
Yes.
With all this 15 million hanging somewhere, at last we went ahead to bring in 2 board members just to swell the expenditure. Not so. So why do you have to even listen to you or give me this explanation? Why do you have to listen to you for giving us this explanation? You knew there was this huge imbalance, but then we went ahead and increased board members to 9. When we are even thinking that board members maximum should be 5, minimum 3, so that members will get a good dividend. We are increasing it. And then today you are telling us because of that you are giving us 35%. It's not possible. At least, actually 50%. At least. Because last year's you gave us 1.6. It means that balance there is left layman's argument. That money is left with about 2.3 something there. So add it to what we are seeing here. You understand? Last year you paid us 1.6, that is what we are saying. 1.6 million. 1.6. So it means that minus from 1.3.9, you get back there. As the layman's calculation,
This
we
year,
have 2.6.
this year we are giving you 2.7.
No, I'm coming. I'm saying that 2.6 is already there. That was what you realized last year. You gave us and then X money. So why don't you add some of the current one to reach maybe 4 million, and then you give it to us as dividend, rather than to tell us 35%. Please, you are not accepting it.
Mr. Yantati, you see, of late, there are regulations coming that we need to build our capital base. Like the Bank of Ghana requirements, where microfinances required to have some capital in order to be allowed to operate. And some of them were unable to have those capital as a result of not providing for in their reserves. They were closed down. There are other issues that are coming up, where in the likelihood event that credit unions are required to provide some form of minimum capital, your operating reserve will not be able to sustain it. For instance, we want to go to NETCO, we want to go to Koforidua. This operating reserve is what we use in adding on to the business expansion process. So we can decide to give all our reserves to our members. At the end of the day, are we sustaining the union? If at the point that there is any eventuality hitting us, what are we going to do? So the reserves are still for you. Either we distribute all or we put it down for you to own the union. So we want to say that unless, of course, we don't want to undertake those prudent strategies we have put on the table. Honorarium cutting down, you ask that what is the requirement of the regulator? The regulator has given what do you call it, a ceiling. That in their wisdom, when you cater for honorarium, it will not impact on the union. You understand? So there is a measure of what honorarium by the regulator. Once you operate within that, unless of course you are saying that board of directors should not be incentivized, then it will be demotivating to the business we are undertaking. If you call any board of directors to come, they will come. Because at the end of the day, others are into gainful business activity. You see, for instance, if a doctor has to travel from Accra, abandon all his busy schedules, and come and undertake credit union business, only to be given 200 Ghana cedis at the end of the month, the incentive will be demotivating, and you won't get anybody to do the work, and your union will collapse. It will collapse because it will be left at the expense of management. And we are representing you to ensure that your investment is sound. But if you are saying the people you have put in charge of your business, they should be paid less, they should not be incentivized, then at the end of the day, you are creating a recipe for trouble. If we get demotivated, we also stay back, and you see that at the end of the day, business will be left in the hands of management to mess the system up.
Is that what you are saying? It's not
because if please, so what I'm saying is that if I visit the credit union a number of times to undertake business, at the end of the day, I increase the income that is generated. And you are saying I shouldn't be incentivized to the threshold provided by the regulator. Oh, okay. What I'm saying is that maybe it's the wedding. Let me rephrase it. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, the oversight responsibility that we would have provided when there is a demotivation will not be there.
Chairman, please, Chairman, now you are saying you are giving 2,700,000. That was
yes.
Now divide 2,700,000 by the present membership shares of 15,493 divided, and let's see what will be the. Because last year I was saying it was 0.131 per share. So if you are giving us 272,700,000, and then members' shares, page 58. Page 58, members share 15,000. 15,493,035.8. Divide that by the 2.7 million difference and see what it is per share.
What figure did you get when you divide it? Then let's do it together. Let's do it together so we can all appreciate it. Okay. So please admit it. Hello, Madam Sophia, you are online. Please speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think that I will just appeal to members that this issue of having reserves is very key. That is why KUA in its wisdom has declared that 25% of the surplus should go into reserve. And so if you are taking 25%, you are taking the reserve for education fund and all that, the remaining 71% that we are sharing. I have a proposal that staff bonus should not go beyond 3% of the surplus. Board honorarium, board and other committees honorarium, they are less than 20, should not go beyond 2% of the surplus. Dividend paid to members should not be less than 60%. Should not be less than, that is the proposal, should not be less than 50%, and the rest should go into operating reserve. And I'm surprised that Dr. Obe is saying that we need to build operating reserve. 3 years ago, he himself in Akosombo advised the board members that we have built our operating reserve. We need to reduce it. We should slow down the rate at which we are building our operating reserve. Now, Dr. JK, you are saying that we need to do this, we need to do that. Please, for me, that's what we are all suffering. The money that is left, let us share it to our members, and let members be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sophia. Thank you very much for the contribution. In fact,
yeah, Madam Sophia, you are there. You know, as at last 3 years, we have not declared this investment as non-performing as at last 3 years. So it was a good point at that time to look at the operating reserve and see how it can be used to expand the assets base. So that's why I made that submission. You agree with me that 3 years backwards, that investment had not been declared as non-performing. So I made that point based on prudent analysis of the situation as at that time. So we can't compare that last 3 years' time to the current situation where we have almost 15 million in our investment as non-performing. So let me give this clearance for you to understand. Thank you.
Yes. Are there people online? Yes. Mr. Mauto.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mauto.
I'm second seconding Madam Sophia, the proposal that all that she said, I've seconded 100%, 60% should go to members. So that we also ensure like how the board is enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Auto Pendi, for seconding Madam Sophia. In as much as you have seconded Madam Sophia, we are asking that do we want to grow our union at the level that we have reached? If we want to deplete our operating reserve, the statutory reserves, we cannot touch them unless we are liquidating or unless we have serious liquidity challenges. Are we waiting to get to that level where we are the second largest, now dropped to 10 largest, and we want to regain our lost glory? And these strategies we are undertaking is to move from the level we are now to regain our position and most importantly become the number one. That is why we are undertaking this aggressive membership drive, expanding to make sure that we are able to get the market, the untapped market. So if we were not having other growth activity, that would have been prudent to share for us to enjoy. But that notwithstanding, we will plead with you that let us undertake this business venture and see what will happen come next year. We will surprise members for members to know that we care for them. We are very sure of that.
Let's get Mr. Isaac Bedu on the line. Hello, Isaac, if you are online, let's hear you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Isaac. Welcome on board.
Okay, thank you. I only want to emphasize on the incentivization of the board. I keep hearing that the board has to be incentivized. How much are we talking about when we talk about incentivization? If we are not careful, then everybody will want to be on the board. And it will become like everybody wanting to be a politician because they know when they go there, they are going to.
So, for the issue of incentivization of the board, we are talking about when somebody works, do you have to pay for the person's services, even though it is a voluntary work that we are undertaking. You bear with me that there are instances where you go through a lot of hassle when you are working for a credit union. You have to put your family and other activities on the table just to let the union grow. You see, so we are looking at commensurable incentive that merits the work that board have done. That is what we are looking at. It's not to say we want to go beyond the limits. We are also very careful. That is why we are operating within the 6%. Even though there is room to do 10% by regulation of the net support, we are around 6% of the net support. We should come down. Okay. We will look at it in our. Yes, Mr. Batawa.
computed the 2.7. That is,
yes.
That is given as 0.17. The increase of which was 100. When we give it 3 million, we are having 1.9 crore. So 0.1 million. 50 million, 483, 0.35. So,
yeah, I'll make it quick. I think I got lost out when I was speaking. What I was trying to put across is that we should be very careful when we are trying to incentivize the board. Because if you are not careful, everybody will want to be on the board because they see that there is a lot of money to be made on the board. So people will start scrambling and it's becoming like a political party. We want to make sure Hydro Credit Union stays and stands strong. So we should do things prudently. I think from 500, if we go to 600, it's the best. Why would we want to jump from 500 to 800? Immediately you start twisting people's mind. Hey, what is there? And then look at the number of meetings you are having. Please, let us be considerate.
Mr. Isaac Bedu, your point is well taken. We have noted some of these concerns you have raised. We are taking note of them, and obviously we are going to work with the contributions you are making. Thank you. There is a proposal on the table for the dividend declaration. We are giving 2.7 million, and Mr. Nyantechi is proposing for at least 3 million as the total sum. So my team is doing the computation to see how the operating reserve can obtain, looking at the strategies we have in place. So without much ado, we can wait for the team to do their computation whilst we move on the other issues. When it comes up, we will move a motion to accept the dividend declared. Yeah. The next on the agenda is the half-year budget. By regulation, we have to move from this July to June idea of financial reporting to January to December. So the June 2020, July 2020 to end in December will be the end of the half year. And per requirement, we have gone halfway. That is why we quickly have to arrange to organize this AGM to seek approval to ratify the 3 months we have done and to seek approval for the next 6 month budget. Yeah, so that is what is on the table. And we're talking about the half-year budget. So please go through the half-year budget that has been presented to you. What is the treasure? Page 77. So if you take your brochure, page 77, you have the July to September, the actuals. Then you have July to September budgeted. So you have the budgeted against the actuals for the half-year budget. So you have the budget on the left in terms of the financial highlights, and then the other aspects of the income statement. Yeah. We have budgeted our income for the period to rise to 9,400,000 434.998 Ghana cedis. And currently, we have done 4,446,828.60 pesos. 65 pesos. Thank you. Then our expenditure, operating expenses, we budgeted for by December ending, we should have a total operating expenses of 5 million. Currently, we have done 2.1. So you can see from the figures presented and the surplus appropriation also provided below, 2,287,521.67 pesos, as against the budgeted of 3,809,776.47 pesos. So please kindly go through, and the balance sheet is also there. This half-year budget would be added to the 2022 financial year due to the change in the financial reporting structure and regulation. So please, having gone through, somebody should move that we ratify the half-year budget and adopt it. Pleasure. Yes. December. Yes. It means the September one is the actual.
The actual that you spent?
Yes.
420 organization.
No, where is it? So the December budgeted is 834,700. The organization is 800. So if you look at the current situation for September, it's 420. Yes, the 2022.
So the organizational will be 420 less. The budget was
No.
So add this one to the what you have used for 2020.
Yes, that is the budget we are using. This one. Yes, it's budgeted. Yes.
Why don't you do something about July to September, and then we add October, November, December to next year?
No, this one is the July to September to guide the budget that was done for the 6 months. So they are only showing the actual so far.
So that is it. So the actual July to September, that is the actual.
Yes.
I don't know.
So we are showing the actual so far as a guide for us to understand why we are asking for the 6 month budget to be the figures that we are showing. It's a financial presentation. When you don't just pick 6 months figure and send it to seek approval. if we say that somebody will ask you so far, what have you done? Because this one, we didn't have AGM to approve it. And we are now facing a new period, that is the 6 months after the close of June. So we are asking for 6 months gap, and then we roll to January to December. So next year, the AGM will be held after December, hopefully by March. And it will be an 18 months financial statement because of the change in the, yes, in 2023, because of the change in the financial year. So we are doing the 6 months separate from July to December, and then January to December also separate. So the actual is showing, giving us a guideline on the 6 months. If our financial statements, if our software were good enough, by now we could even have had November to show the comparison for the 6 months budget period. Yes. Yes. Things like that also too. Okay, good there.
July.
Yes.
Yes, sir. October, what the moon is,
I feel no more happy. There be injury train because it has wait. A budget and a come once and a audited statement. The two are different things. Yes. Yes. The actual is up to date.
What are they?
No.
It's not budget, it's actual.
It's still the same.
Not clear, no.
But it's good to have
clear. Which are not be audited. You are supposed to approve it. I mean, yeah, but wait a minute. Let's see.
That's right. Yeah, no, the budget is July to December, and we are giving information. In fact, we are enhancing the reporting by making people aware to see the extent that we have come. You said, hello, Sophia, can we hear you?
Can we see from October to September what you want us to do?
No, the October, this is a budget we are trying to approve.
Yes, so what is the budget?
So, hold it. If all things had been equal, we would have had this request done prior to July. We should have had this done prior to July. But since June ended, this is the first time we are having an AGM. And we could have come with the budget without showing any actual and say that, look, give us this budget for that 6 months period. But it doesn't give a fair reporting. If this one is supposed to be ratified, then the January to December will be an approval. They are two different things. That is why we have separated it.
Show us and we approve for you.
No, wait. Sophia, please come back again.
What I'm saying is that you have shown us actuals for third quarter, July to September.
That's right.
And you want us to approve a budget for the fourth quarter to be added to 2022. Alright. So what is the budget that you are presenting for the fourth quarter of 2021 for us to approve?
No, if we do that, then it means we don't have approval for the July to September. if you go by what you are saying, it means there's no approval, there's no budgetary approval for July to December. July to September.
Okay.
So that is why we are doing 6 months. The 6 months, we have expanded into it already because the AGM had come forward. So,
okay, so now I understand what you are saying.
Exactly.
We are giving that actual for July to September.
That's right.
And if you are asking for budget for July to December.
Exactly. I said, so the January to September is a guideline for the July to December. We are only giving you more information. That look, this 6 months that you are looking for, we have expended some already, and this is what is guiding us. So that is.
Yes, please, a question on the whole balance.
Oh, yeah, this should be December. Okay. December, you are right.
Go ahead. That is what we are dragging you.
All right.
Otherwise, how can you?
No, sir, but so that one is corrected to December, yeah, sure.
So, Madam Sophia, we are grateful. We have done the corrections. We are very grateful. It is July to December and not July to September. Yeah. So, on this note, please, can you please move for the.
Thank you, Chair. Some questions.
On the budget. Hello, please, is it on the budget?
Yes, on the budget.
Please, your
yes,
name.
on the budget.
Who are you speaking, please?
Sifa.
Kweku Asan Sifa, yes, please. Please, kindly speak.
Yes, on the expenditure, you have occupancy. Respect 758 days. And you're asking us to approve 68. I just want to find out for 3 accounting for the amount that we paid from July to September.
We are requesting for 60,000. Is that not the case? As the budgeted figure. And so far we have spent 25,000. The occupancy is the cost we pay on staff accommodation, electricity and water expenses. So as and when those expenses go up, obviously we will have to pay for the renting of the Somania branch office. In fact, we are in a rental premises at the Somania branch, and as a matter of fact, we pay rent as well to the landlord that we renting from. In fact, occasionally he increases the rent charges, and we have no option than sometimes to go into a bargain agreement with him to reduce the cost. And our staff are also living in the VRA premises, and we pay for the rental charges for the staff. So, Mr. Sefa, that is what is accounting for the occupancy. You have rent and rates, repairs and maintenance, building expenses, and utilities. These are expenses that obviously we may not have control over. Thank you. Yes.
And your budget is 152,722. I don't know, can you give us an explanation why from July to September we are spending 17,722, but then from July to December we are approving 252,722 Ghana cedis.
The security, we have the risk management premium that is paid. Then we have poor stabilization fund. Then we have business license and fees and audit fees. You know, at the end of the 6 months budget, that is July to December, the auditors will come and conduct a 6 months audit for the financial half-year period. So we are budgeting that we will be paying at least for the audit fee that they will come in to conduct or undertake. Then the business license, we will have to provide for our business operating license. We renew it annually. So if you are doing half year, you need to make provision for the half year business license fee. The poor stabilization fund. The poor stabilization fund is a fund that you contribute into. In the event of liquidity challenges, they will come to your aid. So it's like a form of booster. So you are putting in that amount, and when you will have liquidity challenges, they will come to your rescue. Then the risk management premium is a premium that we pay to our insurance providers. That is the risk management we have at HCCUL. So when loans are given out, there is that kind of premium you pay on the loans you have issued out to members or granted to members. And that premium caters for any risk of death in terms of the member. If the member should pass on, then the loan can be repaid by the risk, the insurance agency. So if I should take a loan of 10,000 and I'm paying a risk premium on it, the union makes payment in that regard. And at the end of the day, when the loan becomes delinquent as a result of death, that money is paid by the insurance company to the union. So these are the items.
So for the poor stabilization fund, so far have we paid something into it?
Let me check. No, from the information I've gathered, we have not paid. For this half year, let me check the figure.
Which page are you referring to? Can we hear you?
Hello, Mr. Sefa.
Yes, boss.
Yes. Please, you wanted to know whether we have paid, we have done an actual payment on the poor stabilization fund relating to the half-year financial period. Is that the case?
Yes.
Yes, so you can see there, we have made 17,772.49. Yes, that's security. So under security, the components under security is what we have mentioned. The poor stabilization fund, the risk management premium, business license fee, and audit fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr. Nantesi.
Okay. This half year, this is that you want us to approve. Now, like what you are saying, 3 months, last year, 17,000 disputes. Now you have this figure of 150. Don't you think if we should approve this next year to come as actual? All the figures indicated here as budgets from July to December. If you are not careful, all this money will come in as actual. Hey, we know you. We know you. Yes. If you are not fortunate, all these monies we have indicated here for the half year will come in as one actual. So please.
This budget was done somewhere in July.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That now it's July to September. We have spent 17,000.
It's the actuals that are rolling.
So if you have started there, why don't you make it 40,000 so that you know that?
Okay, Mr. Nantesi, yes, you are right.
Yes.
The issue is that if the security, that's the security where the risk management.
Not even security alone. Look at administration too.
We are talking, let's
part money there.
Mr. Nantesi, let's finish with the security.
Okay.
The issue of the security is that once you grant the loans, you obviously have to provide security on the loans. So it's a projection that if we should grant loans to a particular threshold, then of course this is the security. And if we don't grant up to that threshold, then it will lessen. So the loan granting will also determine that amount. Then the audit fee will also come in. We don't know how much HCCUL is going to revise their audit fee. You see, so going into the half year, HCCUL will come and yes, please. So what do you suggest?
Let's get the last confirmation. Actual for 2020. Actual for yes. For which one? What was the now?
Security, yeah.
21. Then I will see the budget. 2021. I'm starting out of here.
21,000.
Yes.
I think you are right. You are right. The budgeted figure is too high. Budgeted figure is too high for security. 152.
152. That is my argument.
Yes, you are right. It's too high.
That's what I'm saying.
It's too high.
July to September.
Yes.
You get 17,000. Then you have 152 points. More than.
It's too outrageous.
Yes.
No, it's too outrageous. From what they are saying, if yes, it should be 52.
Yes, even the people are it should be 52.
So the minutes should capture that the securities for the budgeted figure.
It's not only security.
We are looking, let's finish with security, then we can look at the other aspect. So on security, we will. Yes, sir. Okay.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Honorable.
Once you are here, let's pick those ones. Or you want to come? Okay.
July to September 2020.
Yeah.
The organization cost 65,944. 77. Social organizational cost honorarium near allowance in Shasiana. Third quarter 2020. Most spending 65,944. Now 2021. What budget 830. What is and I must spend it 420. 3 months old. What if for compare 65,000 now? It's more than 1,000%. At the end,
Okay. The 152, we cannot change it. It's not wrong. Because I remember we discussed that and the accountant has even just drawn my attention. The 152 figure comparing the 31, there are some, what do you call it, the stabilization figure. And that one is calculated at the end of by the end of the year, somewhere in December, and captured. So by the time that we are showing this July to September, that one has not been done. So that is what the accountant has taken to draw my attention. So we are showing actual figures from July to September. Because it will travel into December, there are some figures that will hit December, but it will not hit the July to September. So it will hit 150. More likely. Can you explain that? No, because when I explain, he doesn't want to understand.
The security includes stabilization fund, and this stabilization fund depends on the level of savings. So you can only know your level of savings at the end of the financial year. So what we are saying that we expected that at the end of the financial year, our savings will go to, if you look at the figure there, savings so when you calculate that percentage, that's 0.
I worry that this July to December, don't let it become fatal. Yes. At the end of this,
we have done a prudent estimation of this, and it was done in July. We don't capture actual. Actual is captured by the main operating units. So they do the actual. Exactly. So you have to know the savings figure, and then we calculate the stabilization and get it. And that happens in December. So the one we picked is also to just give indication, just comparison. Sometimes you go forward and disclose more and it becomes an issue. Maybe we could have even avoided this, but we try to give some more guidelines to guide the budget that we wanted. But that particular figure, if we use as a September, the difference is
that's what we are saying, that at least we should go something around 79 million. So if you calculate the percentage, what the stabilization requires, the stabilization requires 0.002. So if you calculate it on it, that should give you, because the security includes other. No, but we are saying that component of security includes stabilization. Component of the security. We are not saying the whole security is for stabilization, but the component part of it is for, and that figure That one that is for it, depends on the savings level.
From July to September, what is the outcome?
July to September, also for 73 million.
73. And how much have you really,
no, because the financial year has not ended.
That's the problem I have with the evidence. Now, when they took last year, last year's September last year.
Last year, the financial year, then the spending of security. That's what I want to know. The whole year. Yes, the spending is saying. And then when it's full cost, it's 2 countries and 5. Maybe we have actually
security 324.
324 here.
324.
And 47.
359. Good. So it means that you are not.
No. Say 2020.
2020, there is
what 359 is 2021 this year.
2020, there is
324 and 47.64. Total security.
Asa September. From June. What is that? You will come. Assuming that we can live now. What do you come? Say you pick a baby when you. And now you are projecting say by the end of the year, our savings will increase in COVID time.
The point is that this is a 6-month budget. What you see there, some of the expenditures have not already been incurred.
Yes.
You understand? For example, the account, the actual that is as at 30th September, but some statutory payment is yet to be made. So that will happen after September. You see, so when you see the budgeted figure, is the projection that we have done for the 6 months. Some might happen in July and August, September. Some will happen in October and November. So you can't use only the 30th September figure to justify the closing figure we have budgeted for. That might be wrong. Okay. You understand? Okay. Because if you pick the stabilization, it's based on your total savings. So you have got a projection for that. If you pick the risk management is also based on your savings level. So once you are projecting this level of savings, you will require that you will be able to pay this level of premium on the savings. You understand? So for me, don't look at the September figure. But if you are looking at the total figure, fine, you can look at it. But if you are using September figure as justification, the basis for that closing figure, you might not be on the right path. Thank you.
Manager.
And let's also draw attention that the budget is not drawn by the board. The budget is drawn by the staff, the management team. So the management team do the budget and present it to the board reviews it and approve. So, I mean, if we hear comments that is the board that wants to go and chop and all.
No, you're not saying that. You're not saying that. Then
let me do this final conclusion on this. Look at the items. If you look at the items, you're looking at the risk management venue, poor stabilization fund, business license sheet, this audit fee, this expenditure, we don't have total control over some of them. Business fee, if VRSA and Somania, this assembly say this is how much you are paying. It's a standard fee that you pay that one. You talk about poor stabilization fund. It's based on your total savings level. So if our total savings level we projected does not get there, so the stabilization fund will not be the figure you are seeing there. If you pick the risk management premium, once our savings level hasn't gotten there, you don't see. So these are all dependent on some figures, some projections. So I don't think you should worry much about this one because we don't have total control over it.
Manager.
Yes, sir.
But what I'm saying, that we are pleading with you that all the figures you have indicated don't become actuals.
Yeah, you see, I can speak. I want to speak to the fact to the security. These ones, it depends on your savings level, the business fee that will be charged by AFC, and then so many municipal assembly. And then the audit fee is based on the total assets that COA will determine how much to pay. So this one, I don't think you worry about it. These ones are dependent on certain things. It's not something that we do ourselves.
Thank you.
All right. In fact, we have discussed extensively the budget. We would want to plead with you, the treasurer.
So other people at the center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the absence of any further comment, I move for the 6-month budgeted statement of the financial position. And the 1 year. (2022). On page 8.
All right, so the 6 months is seconded by who? So now the 6 months is accepted.
Okay. Thank you for accepting the 6 months budget. So,
thank you, Chair. Please, if you can turn to page 79, the 2022 budgeted financial highlights. Please, the motion was seconded by whom? This is Vivian. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Please, I have a concern.
Yes, Madam. Go ahead.
Yes, my concern is that we prepare the budget and then we ourselves move for the acceptance of the budget. I don't know whether it's ethical, but I think that we should allow the members to move for the motion. And please, I don't think that the way we are going is right. We should not guard that we are playing the question. It's not right. My second concern, if we check the agenda that is set, we're supposed to discuss the bylaws, and I don't know why the bylaws is being pushed to the end. We are tired, so I hope that we will notice and have a special meeting to do with the bylaws separately. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Sophia, thank you for the concern. You know, there are aspects of the bylaw that has to be operationalized. For instance, a financial year for which we are even requesting for the budget approval has to be approved and registered. So when we're working with it, it becomes binding on the union. So because of the questions, volumes of questions that are coming up, we need to treat them. If you ask questions and we don't respond, it will also not be proper. And our time too is running out. So we have decided to treat all the issues on the agenda. Provided that you avail yourself, then we can do justice to the business. We are ready. So please be patient with us. We move on to it. We will only deal with areas that you have issues with when we come to the bylaw. Then, of course, the discussions will not be prolonged. Where there are issues, we look at them, we come to terms, agree, and then even when we have agreed and it is sent to the registrar can decide to expand them if they are not in consonant with the regulatory law.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we are on presentation of 2022 financial year budget. I'm coming. Isaac, I'll call you. You are on presentation of 2022 financial year. And so far, we haven't skipped anything apart from declaration of share dividend, which went to the wrong portion. That is the one we pushed forward to be after the audited financial statement. So we have not pushed anything further. And the dividend, have we finished? The dividend we are finished, I think.
There was a proposal that
No, we have not sorted that one out. But let's finish the 2022 financial year budget quickly, which is a straightforward preparation.
Thank you, Chair. That's page 79 and page 80. Page 79 and page 80. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our total income.
No, Isaac, we called you.
You want to talk on an issue which you voted for. You didn't seek our consent, and you voted for it. And our hands were up. You ignored us. And you went ahead.
Isaac, we have not voted anywhere.
Please, you have to respect us.
We have not voted. Where did we vote? Okay, Isaac, if you have something, please come online. Hello? Isaac? Oh, please, we didn't see. We have not voted. We have not voted. Is the 6 months one that was?
Somebody put a motion, and the motion was seconded. Whilst our hands were still up.
Did you still have something to do on the 6 months one?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, that one we have already finished. So we'll give you. It has already been seconded and noted. It has already been seconded and noted. So let's.
And I don't think the way we are running the business, it is going to
But you come in with your comment and let's see. Yeah, please come in with your comment. If we still need to consider it, we'll do that. So please come in with your comments.
Somebody was saying that we cannot, because the thing was July, December. If it's July, December, if we couldn't have a meeting earlier, why couldn't we have a meeting earlier? If it is something that was important for us to discuss earlier, we could have had an emergency meeting to discuss so that we can have some approval for the board to be able to operate. But you have spent, and as you are telling us that it is from July to December, so we should just accept the figure as it is. But you have to give us all the monthly breakdown so that we can be able to determine what it is.
Isaac, thank you very much. You see, it's not easy. Please take heart. Take heart. We are working together as a team. Please, we are very open. The issue is that you know the dispensation under which we are. That is why it's not even possible. We would have loved to meet our members face to face, so we can interact and the happy family can be improved upon. It is not our wish that we will not organize a meeting to have this discussion. You see, for the first time, we are organizing an annual general meeting in December. That is the readiness for which the board is ready to have the engagement with members. So please, we are not trying to sell anything under the carpet, not at all. Unless, of course, it's your own money. If you say we should even be organizing meetings monthly, we will do. Just as there has been a proposal on the table that we should do quarterly, which I know my team and myself, we are going to consider. So, Isaac, it will not be out of place to be meeting monthly if you so wish. Once you grant approval, we will do that.
Something as important as the budget for the board to create. It is important. If you have been having other meetings, you don't get the number of meetings you have in an order. But if you are constrained and the board is not operating,
Yes, Isaac, it's true. What you are saying is very true. You see, regulation, when it comes, it does not inform you when it's coming. You see, it came at a time that we were all not prepared. You see, it was a regulatory requirement by Bank of Ghana that by this time, you should move to the next year financial calendar operation. You see, so what will you do? You need to strategize and quickly put your acts together and conform to the requirement. You see, so like issue of COVID, not having more than 200 people meeting at a place, your hands are tied. You can't do otherwise. You see, so the engagement you are going to have under this dispensation will not be sufficient for members to appreciate some of the issues. You see, so it is not our making. I want to apologize. I know I can bear with your concerns, but if it is doable, we would have done that. The conditions under which we were challenged to have the 2020 begin from 2022 begin from January to December is what we are all challenged with. That is why the bylaw, we need to look at it and get the law implemented, the financial year. So on this note, Isaac, I think you would bear with us. Thank you very much.
All right, the treasurer will give us highlights on the 2022 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's page 79 and 80. 2022 budgeted financial highlights. No. There is a typo error. Yes, 2022. Budgeted financial highlights. Our total income 24,771,190 Ghana cedi. Total operation expenses 15,170,288.56 Ghana cedi. The net surplus 9,600,902.38 Ghana cedi. And the appropriation follows. The net statutory reserve 25%, which is 2,400,225.60 Ghana cedi. Then educational reserve 5%, which is 480,045.12 Ghana cedi. Social responsibility, that's the corporate social responsibility, that's 2%, which is 192,018.05 Ghana cedi. If you go to page 80, yes, sir.
We have Kweku Asarisefa, Madam Sophia, and Isaac Bedu. Please.
Kweku Asarisefa.
Yes.
I'll be quick. On the expenditure, we are not so much interested in the cost of funds, but for the personal cost, organizational, and administration. I want to find out whether there has been an incremental change in the value for compared to that of 2021. And if there has been some incremental changes, can you indicate where those changes are, and then what necessitated the percentage increase those changes? Thank you very much.
Please, page what?
Oh, it's still on the page 79. I'm in the 2022 budget.
Okay.
It's still the 2022 budget. What that I'm saying is, for the personal cost, organizational and administration, I just want to find out whether there has been a percentage increase in the amount compared to the previous year, 2021. And then there's a percentage increase. Whether you can indicate the exact items that these percentage increases, were loaded on, and then why these percentage increases came about. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Babu, in fact, we have earmarked some strategic business expansion activities we want to undertake, like the Tamale branch opening. We have to send some staff there, some skeletal staff who will be working with national service personnel for the time being. We need to provide them with accommodation, and also they will be working around Bolga, Wa, Kechiman, Sunyani. That forms the EDCO branch. It comes with a cost attributable to the personnel we are sending there. Then we're looking at Koforibia. Koforibia, we are saying January we are going to start the feasibility studies and come out with the findings. Then if it becomes feasible, what we are going to do is we need to engage staffing. So it's a projection.
The expenditure itself, and then what goes, the percentage, what went in. For example, you can mention personal cost, and then tell us what went into the personal cost, so that we will not be left hanging some of the things we are seeing. Because I'm finding people to find out, what we are talking about concerning this opening of the branches. I don't know where it falls out.
Okay, Mr. Babu, thank you. The personnel cost, you have salaries, SNP contribution, staff allowances and overtime, dressing allowance. So if you go to page 66.
The personal cost with regards to 2020.
We have reviewed the conditions of service of the staff.
Okay, so whether we can get books of that one, it will be beneficial. Whether it's salary increment, whether it was allowances, maybe that one will be beneficial.
Salary increment and allowances have changed. For the case of the personnel cost.
Yes, in the case of personnel cost.
Yeah, in the case of the personnel cost, the salaries and the allowances of the staff have been reviewed for the next 2 years. Have been reviewed for the next 2 years, so we are budgeted adequately for that. And when you look at page 81, all these were done in accordance with the standard practice that has been set by COA. COA indicates percentages, and that is what Mr. Nyantechi was referring to. So the personnel cost, when you look at page 81, we have 2.5% of it is supposed to be allocated for personnel cost, and that is the budget of the standard, which we have 3590119.09. So we did the conditions of service, taking that particular standard into consideration. So the figure you have come out is 3446,514.32, which is representing 2.4, because we want to be within the standard set. We don't want to exceed or be more even to equate, but at least close to the standard. because the standard is not supposed to be exceeded. So we review the conditions of service to be within the standard, and we have 2.4% of it, giving us the 3446,514.32. Then when it comes to the organizational cost, as we have said, the details.
Yes, but a question.
Yes.
Please for the question.
Yes.
As you said, there is a cap. It's actually a cap.
Yes.
It's not that we should budget exactly that cap.
That is why we are saying that we work within.
And the 2.5%, mind you, it is in relation to our net surplus. So and we get a net surplus of 1 billion Ghana cedis. Does it mean we are going to budget 2?
No, from the budget we did, we are projecting our net. From the budget.
Just give us, I mean, if it's 5% increment in their salaries, then we know. If it's 10% increment in their salaries, we know. That's all that we want to hear.
We want to review the CBA.
I think he wants us to do the CBA. Okay, so we are saying that we have reviewed the salaries of and allowances of the staff under the personnel cost. And that is why we have put that budgeted figure there. Organizational cost to, as the chairman said, other activities, operational activities that are going on have also increased the figure. And the standard is 1%, and we are still within that 1% standard. Administrative, is slightly above the figure, but the budgeted one is still within that. Then administrative. Let me finish.
From what you are saying, I don't know whether you are making. I don't know. This is like just at least give us something to increment. Because from what you are saying, I don't see any reason why we should give an increment to what we had last year.
No, the details. You see, you don't just talk like that. You see, when you talk like that, you are thinking that we don't have that kind of capacity to be able to present suitable figures. So what you are saying is that the details have been worked out through the conditions of service that has been reviewed. These are summarized figures, and as someone said, we can't bring the CBA details here to say that this is the figure that is supposed to be. So we are just explaining to you that we have looked at these figures, and the figures have increased as a result of a change in the CBA and other allowances, plus the other activities.
So the percentages are not mentioned. The percentages are not mentioned.
Well, the percentages, if it's the percentages you want, the chairman is here. That one is not
Yes. The staff salaries was increased by 25%. And we also made room for staff progression. The existing organizational structure does not allow room for progression. Staff are stagnant. If you are engaged as an account assistant or account officer, you will retire account assistant without progression. Ideally, the restructuring of the organizational structure has made room for at least every 5 years you should progress. You should move from one salary band to another salary level. And this would be catered for in the budget. We also looked at promotion. Staff who have been on the job for 5 years and beyond and have not been promoted. So they were all factored into that system. That is why we have those figures. And so currently, we have a new organizational structure which will require movement from one level to another. So without much ado, somebody should move for us to adopt the the educational reserve. Yes. Yes. The educational reserve, it covers a broader range of, when we're talking about education, the membership education. We educate members at large, the public, and also the staff and board. So we undertake educational activities. For instance, training at KUA forms part of the education. Conferences and other training activities that borders on the operations of the credit union. We also participate. You know, you have the chapter level, national level, you go to the African level, and then the Oscar level. So these are levels of training levels, you see, so that at any point in time, your capacity building is improved. You come to terms or levels to properly managing the business of the credit union. When we come to membership education, like Madam Abena Tijani suggested, it will also have to be catered for if we have to organize at least quarterly meetings with the members, so we can update them with current developments on our products and services. So that is what works when it comes to education. And that strategy the board has adopted, we believe that we'll be going all out to sensitize the public on our products and services, with the education team going around and then undertaking such activities.
Yeah, and let me just add that when you look at page 57, that is page 57, the income statement for the June 2021 one is 2% that we allocated for that. But when we discussed with management team and then the board's vision in the 5-year strategic plan, moving into Koforidua, where we have even been offered an existing credit union that wants to rejoin the Hydro Credit Union, we looked at all those activities, that there will be an increased education drive within 2022. So that's why we have increased the education cost from 2% to 5%. And that is also going to drive revenue. So you see that revenue also moves from revenue moves from the income moves from 70 million in page 57, 70 million to 23 million in page 81 as the budget. You know, the actual for the revenue is 17.6 as of June. And then next year, we intend projecting 23 million as the income that will come as a result of this outreach drive that we want to do, and that is what is contributing to an increase in the education cost. So I hope it's a bit clear. So we expect an operating margin of 9.6 million as of page 81 on this budget. Because of the other increasing activities. Yes.
On page 79, the total income is 24. Now on page 80, and you are telling us the total income is 23.
Page 79.
Total income there is 24. Then page 81, you are telling us 23.
No, there. No. The non-operating income when you look at the page 79 the non-operating
Please, they are
income.
the same figures that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying,
So
that there are two different
operating income
formats.
is not there.
Yes, it's there.
Operating income is not there.
It's there.
It's not on page 81.
It is. This one is there, it's even being said by somebody for me.
Yes, that is also a different.
Yes, the add non-financial income, 1488, have you seen it?
Yes.
That gives the gross margin to the 17. Have you seen that one?
I've seen it.
It's different formats. So going forward, we'll look at them again, but it's different formats.
So,
yes.
This is the budget we wanted to approve.
Exactly. In fact,
So is it inclusive? Are you having this? The quarter, the half year, this is
no, this one is, yes, this one is for the year. And some of us even think it's too aggressive, but the board wants it to be so that we'll be able to realize the strategic plan that has been put in place. We even think we are going to push them too much. Because what we have done, we have extracted all this from the strategic plan into the budget for next year. So it shows our going to Tamale, it shows our going to Koforibia, the membership, the savings, what do you call that? The members' welfare. The members' welfare activity that we want to introduce. I think the chairman mentioned it, that we are going to introduce members' welfare as part of, the saving, the education drive and compensation to members and so on and so forth. Where we said, even at funerals and weddings, we make presentations. Those are all part of it. That's why it goes into those aggressive budgets that we have.
Yes.
Mr. Sefa, are you there or who? Yeah. Please let me take Mr. Sefa first. Who is that? Edward. Oh, okay, Edward, please let's come to you because we haven't heard your voice. You haven't heard your voice, please. Sorry? Yes, please come in because we haven't heard your voice. So, Madam Sophia, just hold on for a few minutes. So, yeah, Uncle Edward, come in. Yes, Eddie, please come in. Who? Edu. Okay, yeah, Mr. Edu, please come in.
Okay, I'm saying that I'm allowed by the papers looking at the budget. And President was telling us that the salaries of workers have been increased by 25%. While a big organization have very difficult being increased salaries of workers by 15% to 10%. It was increased by 5%.
Okay.
And we are looking at the amount 480
Which one is 480,000?
Please, the way things the credit union, I'm allowed.
Mr. Du, don't be alarmed. Please, don't be alarmed. There's explanation to it with the chairman. Oh, you see, the chairman explained. Please, you have made your point. Let me explain. So, for want of time, let me explain. The chairman explained that the 25% is not across board, that they picked everybody's salary and increased it by 25%. That is not what the board did. What the board did was that they looked at the various positions that were existing and reviewed them based on the evaluations they did. So some had more some had less, and in order to, level the playing field, that is what happened. Some had more, some had less, and eventually it was a 25%. This was to correct imbalances that had existed. So it wasn't across board.
The max, you still get 25% increment.
Yes, but it wasn't across board. It was to correct an already existing imbalances.
Mr. Edu, please, let me explain. You see, the 25% was a percentage on the existing personnel cost. So the board resolved that we shouldn't do more than 25% of the previous personnel cost incurred. So we use that as a mark within which staff salaries or allowances are going to be worked at. So the 25% took charge. The 25% took charge of salary increment. So some got 10%, some got 7%, some got 11%. In some total.
You see, I think I have to speak here. Let's communicate. We are here. Everybody has an issue to address. When we are doing communication and we are talking and talking.
So maybe.
You're not addressing that one. So when they put in.
Mr. Du, it's like we are not hearing you. What you are even saying, you are not being patient. So the way you are reacting. Who is on the line? Please, who is on the line? Yeah, please go ahead.
I'm saying that my other concern is that what is the difference between personnel cost and administration? Personnel cost and administration, what is the difference?
The difference is that.
You refer to the notes.
Please, when you go to page 68, the administration cost is non-performing investment written off, postage and communication, audit expenses, bank charges, withholding tax and rent, cleaning costs, office expenses, food maintenance fees. You see, this printing and stationery. So please go to page 68. Yes, then you go to personnel costs and note 7. That one too. So these are what went into it.
And hello. Let me add that the board just didn't get up and gave 25% without doing the necessary due diligence. When the HR committee reviewed all the issues that were on board the staff then, they came out with how much? 60-something% that was supposed to address the imbalances that had occurred in the appointments they have made. Somebody is a degree and has been appointed as an accounts clerk and so forth, which the job the person is performing needed to be reviewed in line with exactly how the person is remunerated. The board did all those work. When they brought it, it was about 66 or is it 60-something%. And the board looked at the whole thing and slashed the thing down and had them to go and relook at all those and work within the 25% when we evaluated the thing. So it's not that the board just did not do any work. And we just didn't offer the 25% on a silver platter. We did a lot of extensive work before the 25%. Even the staff were not happy, but we had to sit them down and discuss the matter with them. And so that we could be within the standards, and then as we regulate going forward, when we are making any appointment, we have to be very careful the appointment we are making. Because these mistakes had existed over the past period. Some people had worked several years at levels that they have not been happy. And this is a financial institution. If you don't address
these things, those are the things that drive people to do certain things that eventually will all end up regretting. And that's what the board did. So it's not that you are just sharing money or you are not doing anything and we just give. And when you do that, you know you are imputing on us, which is also not good enough. So please, if there's anything, let's explain so that we can all get to a level that everybody is happy and satisfied. We are not just doing anything. That thing that is that perception is not good enough. So, Auntie Sophia, please come in now.
Yes, but in your submission, you're giving nothing on what you are saying about start. The positions of that being not, regular with the HR practice. Yeah. This is the first time we are hearing it.
Yeah, so that's why we should have taken time for us to explain some of these things.
It's an HR practice which happened at credit union. And someone will have to bear the responsibility.
Unfortunately, it has to be addressed. We are not saying that somebody should bear responsibility. The fact that probably they were not done right doesn't mean that we should let it persist. It has to be corrected over that period. And if we are to talk about how the HR committee sat into deep in the night and others to get this corrected, you won't believe it. But anyway, we are taking note of your comments and we are sure that we will work in the best interest of the staff, the members, and then the other areas. So, Auntie Sophia, please come in. Hello, Auntie Sophia. Okay. Yo, I say, please come.
I think that when we are talking online, you guys should be muted because when you are not muted and you interrupt, we are not able to get our point. It distorts whatever the person online is saying. And I think we should take note of that. But what we are saying, as much as possible, this is a business and we are running a business. We are running a business. We should run a business to make sure that we the members are happy with how we are running the business on our behalf. Yeah. So our points should be taken and it shouldn't be like you are just okay, we've heard you, but we are still going ahead with what we are doing. Okay. If we are calculating about 25% and you are saying it's within the law, the limit, should we always address issues the limit? I don't think it is fair for members that because the law allows the limit, so we are always going to the limit. I don't think it's fair. And I've already said that we should be careful we don't run this thing become an institution where everybody wants to come on the board because they think the board there's something there.
No, this one is not the board. This is staff. And as I explained, I explained earlier that there were some imbalances and other in appointments and others, which was made known to the board. Yes, we did. And that's why we are saying that when we did it, we were even around 60-something%. And we tried to work within.
In addressing it, we are also making sure that we are not overstaffed. Yeah. We are also making sure that we are not this, we are not that, we are not that. So if you want to address it, then the addressing should be holistic.
Yeah, we are
trying to work in HR. But when addressing it, are we staying within the limit of our administrative perspective?
Exactly, that's what we have done.
We think that going this way will make us become overstaffed and to stretch our expenditure.
No, we won't do that. That's why we are there for you.
I'm going to start with that.
Okay, Henry, please come in. Isaac will take notes. And we assure you that we won't do that. Henry, please.
My hand.
We called you and you were not there. But Henry, is Henry there?
My mic was muted. Can I speak?
Okay, please.
Okay, so let me start by saying that Mr. Chairman, Amen.
Thank you.
Mine is only an advice. Some of you have businesses that you run, and in business, when you are planning, you don't plan with half. So it's only an advice that even though an additional point, the mark is 1 and seem to be planned, what we are planning because it's a budget, and we are rather planning to hit the I think that we should be cautious. That's now because if you plan with the ceiling, we may slip and go bubble.
Okay.
So this is just advice. Thank you.
Well noted. So on that note, yes.
On that note, I will move. But before I move, Mr. Chairman, let me express my thanks. I joined waiting for the bylaws to be discussed. Was the third item we have put. I will not be able to continue joining, but I've said that they will be addressed. Thank you.
All right, so you have moved.
Yes, I moved.
All right. So any seconder on the budget for us to move forward, please. Right. Seconded by Mr. Nyanti. Thank you very much. So you have adopted.
My hand was up over.
We have to move forward. We have accepted both the 6 months and then the 2022 budget. The 6 months, July to December, that one was done first, and then now you have come to the second one. What again? You have adopted that one long time before you started giving. Let's move forward, please. The next on the item is presentation. Sorry. Yeah. So now let's conclude the dividend so that we move to the.
In fact, the board is a listening board, and from the foregoing discussions, we have resolved to grant that to 3 million Ghana cedis in monetary terms, representing.
I'm going to put some more.
Mr. Yantis,
make it 40%.
So now it will be around 38, thereabouts. Yes, 38%. It was 2.7 million. Now we made it 3 million. So we're going to distribute 3 million in monetary terms here now for members as dividends. And that will form about 38% of the net of it. Okay. With the powers conferred on me by members and the board and myself, we are at your service. So we are granting you the 40 as requested. Yeah, thank you. I think we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. I think we received, that's the final. We are done with okay, the citation yeah. Yes. In fact, the bylaws, we received petitions from some cherished members about the it was one, Raphael Kono, that we responded, but we were unable to get his contact or post address. The address he gave would have gone through the post office. He gave a postal address. We didn't have his email address. We would have sent it to me. I asked for the telephone number if he could send a message. So for him, we have responded. Madam Abna Tijani Sofia, she also did some comments on the bylaw, and the board has also considered that. So there were also other groups who also presented their concerns when the euphoria around the bylaw went viral. In fact, they are also of the opinion that the bylaw should be, as proposed by the directors, it should be adapted and discussed as part of the business of the AGM. The petitioners were calling for it to be thrown away, and as we have said, regulation requires that some aspects of the provisions might be amended and used as working documents going into the 2022 financial year. So obviously we need to hear and discuss the bylaw so we can all work together as a team. Now, the processes of amending the bylaws are very clear in the bylaw itself. It has spelled out that the board of directors will do the proposed amendments. When the amendments are done, it will be circulated to members, informing them about the areas that ought to be amended. When that has been done, now members will come to an annual general meeting for it to be discussed. Where members think they are not comfortable with it and they have varying opinions, they will raise those opinions and the House will consent to it and use it as a working document. That notwithstanding, when those agreements have been made, you send them to the cooperative department. The cooperative department will also review and make sure they are in line with the national laws or the laws under the decree before they register it. So it's a process by process. So even if we agree on it now, then it goes to the Department of Cooperative. Some aspects may be expanded from it because we must make sure it is in consonant with law. So I want to say that all the concerns and contributions we got from the membership is an indication that we are all concerned about the cooperative credit union, and we acknowledge that. It means that you are particular about the union. We don't falter anybody. That is what we can all do to move the union forward. Now, we will go straight ahead and look at the concerns that were raised, unless of course there are varying concerns. We received concerns on section 40 of the Bible. Interestingly enough, not all the aspects were deemed to be thrown out. There were just portions of the proposal that members were not comfortable with. They think that it should be looked at. So we pick them as the concerns were raised. Then we address them. So, Article 40.
That petition can be read. But those of us who didn't write petition can also take
that is sound.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to send you back a little.
Who are you speaking, please?
Emmanuel.
Emmanuel, okay, go ahead.
Yes, initially, on the dividends.
Yes.
Initially you said you were giving us 2.7 million.
Yes.
Out of the reserves of 5 million.
Yes.
Now, by saying by giving us 40% of the operating reserves. Is that right?
Yes, you are correct.
So, if you calculate 40% of the operating reserves, it is less than 2.7 million. So, check this again. Mr. Kennedy suggested that increase the dividend to 3 million instead of 2.7 million. And you said that you were going to at the calculations and come back. Now that you came back and you said it's around 3%, and somebody said let's run it down to 40%. But the 40% is less than the 2.7 million definition. Which is again. It's less than 57. No, not 57.
Now, the 2.7 at the accounted
Oh, it's 4 million, no.
The
3 million.
We ended up at 4 million, please.
No, we did not end at 4 million.
We said 4 million, and then we all clap for you.
No.
And then we accepted 4 million, and then we all clap for you.
Let Mr. Nyantechi explain.
Someone is capturing the minutes.
Yes, let Mr. Nyantechi explain. Oh, please.
Because you said 4 million.
Wait, we did not say 4 million. Mr. Nyantechi made it. Let him explain for us all to understand. Let Mr. Nyantechi explain. So that
No, initially, Chairman said 2%. After calculating, I saw that it was 35. Then so he said that it should move to 3 million. 3 million went to 38%. Then again, I said, Chairman should complete it. So come up one and our chairman is saying 40%. So 40% is what chairman has agreed to do. So now
40% million.
no, 40% gives us 3099,133.54. Which 5? No, the 40% we are talking about is on the operating profit. The operating profit is 7747,833. This comes. No. What I got. Listen, the first one where we were, that is the 2750. That was the first one that was proposed. The first one that was proposed was 2750,481.02. That was 50% of the operating reserve, but it was 35.5% of the net surplus. That was the first one that was proposed. Then, yes, that was the first one that was proposed. It was 50% of the operating reserve, and that was 2750,481.02, and it formed 35.5% of the operating profit, which we compared to the last year's one, which was 30%. So we thought we have done well. That is the one we presented. And then Mr. Nyantechi said no, the figure was too small. So chairman, they raised the figure from 2750 to 3 million. Yeah. And that 3 million would have amounted to around 38% of the operating surplus. That is the net surplus. It would have been about 48% of the 38% of the operating reserve. And now, Chairman says, Mr. Yantechi proposed that if instead of 38, give us 40. And Chairman said 40. That 40 refers to the net surplus. And therefore, it becomes 40% of the net surplus. That is 3099,133.54. And then it becomes 56% of the operating reserve. I hope it's clear now. So the figure now that should be captured is 3099,133.54, representing 40% of net surplus, or 56% of operating reserve. That is the division.
Dr. Keke.
Yes.
Initially, when the chairman made his submission on
the 2750.
The dividends.
Yes.
It was saying that the appropriation on the net surplus has to be calculated before the remaining, that is the operating reserves, is used to calculate the dividend. That is what he said.
Yes, correct.
So I was basing all my calculations on the operating reserves. So now if you are saying that we are going back to the net surplus, I don't have any problem.
No, we are not saying we are going back to the net surplus. We are only calculating and comparing. We are only calculating and comparing. So it will still remain on the operating reserve, but the figure that moved up above the 3 billion that was given, it becomes 56% of operating reserve. And when we want to compare, because we want to compare it to the previous one that they gave us 30 on the net surplus. So we are saying that though it's 56% of operating reserve, it is 40% of net surplus as compared to the previous year. And we are all happy because I also enjoy it.
What? Mr. Yabua, on what are you going to move the motion? There is a proposal from our brothers from the virtual classroom. They are requesting that we should go through the dialogue item and item because they didn't get the opportunity to petition. So if you have to hear only the petitioners, will not be fair to them.
No, I'm not making reference to petition. I said I want to move the motion for us to consider. Now, you agree with me that if I see the total number of members in this meeting, you find it difficult this year. How many members are currently in this meeting? So, I'm of the view that since the most critical aspect of the amendment is on the financial year, I want to move the motion that we share the discussion on the amendment. However, at that we change the financial year from July to June, to January to December, so that next union for members to discuss, then next union meeting we discuss the amendment. So that is the motion I want to.
Yes. Before we hear the motion, I want you to understand that the proposals in the Bible, some of which borders on our strategies it means we are deferring our plans to improve our operations going into 2022 and beyond. So, like it was suggested, if you look at the funds of the credit union, proposed amendment of number 4, we would appreciate that we are looking at members' welfare contribution forming part of the income coming from coming into the fund. So if you say it should be put aside, what happens to the core strategy that has been incorporated in the budget?
Is it addressed two major issues?
Yes.
How many of us are in this meeting?
Yes.
Because we need 75% to approve each of the items. We need 75% of the members. Now, do you know the numbers? You don't know the numbers. How many of us are here? Online, those who are even watching on YouTube. How do they vote?
Okay, let me say that we held this meeting on virtual platform, and
yes.
The attendance sheet will speak to the members who attended this meeting. Those who are on online, do you know the number of members who came online after that time they went off?
That is why we have a problem. Because we find it difficult to calculate the 75%. Because we don't know the number.
So this 75%, where are you referring to?
It's the same your finance. We need 75% to approve 3/4. We need 75%. No.
Bylaws. 3/4 of what? Not the entire membership. It's members present at the meeting. To approve.
So how many of us are in this meeting?
Let's read from the law you are put in place. Let's get it right so it can form part of the meeting. Page 88. These bylaws may be amended by a 3/4 majority vote. A 3/4 majority vote of members present.
So I ask you, how many of us in this meeting?
Provided that one half. You see, how many of us are present here?
It's not by here.
No, he's saying that the word. Let's go through the word one by one, please.
So you are trying. That is the problem. Because we have people online. Some are on Facebook. Some are on YouTube. Others are EP. And so many. So tell me how many, the total number of members that we are dealing with. So that when we are doing the calculation, if you still insist and we are doing the calculation, we all be clear with the numbers. We don't want a situation where we do the calculation and there will be a problem. So tell us how many people or how many members are in this meeting. Then we use it. If you don't want to agree with what I'm saying, then we'll go by that.
Yes, I think I would want to reason with you. It's a motion well proposed. So if somebody will have to second out, yes.
Seconded by me.
Yes. Any counter motion?
It says that members present should not be less than 300 or one half.
We have gotten the point, so we are okay with it. So we are grateful.
Yes, sir.
We want to move. Yes, we want to move forward. Thank you. The proposed any counter motion. If there is no counter motion, the motion is held. Now, and adjourn. Now we will have to work at the proposal. We need to organize a special general meeting rather than the what do you call it, the AGM, because the business of the credit union need to move forward. So we will have to determine a date for a special general meeting, which shall be communicated to the members. And in this meeting, we have to propose a venue where a good number of the membership will be present to contribute to the discussion, where we can have a uniform bylaw which will be acceptable for all. So I think, yes, Pastor.
And look for a committee to look at it in general, bring up the salient one that they think that is important, help manage it, and the union, so that we can meet, so that when we are not going to go back all over again and say, this is the only meet and attack the union.
We exempted
the date, the financial
year. Okay. What about the medium for organizing AGM? Because we are currently using the Zoom issue. So that aspect is not backed by the law. So I think that should be added to the financial year. Because which it is there that the AGM will be held by Zoom or virtual.
Sure.
Okay.
The most important is getting the committee together to put on the bylaw. All in property.
All right.
I only want us to include point 4, which is the fact of the credit union shall drive.
Yeah.
In order not to stifle the business as we move from January, the point 4, the only addition is members' welfare contributions. We want to plead that members consider that one so that we can start implementation of the welfare strategy that we have incorporated in the business plan as part of the revenue targets that we have set. So if that one can be included and picked up immediately, then we will appreciate that so that revenue doesn't suffer as we move into 2020.
But sorry, maybe I'm not getting you. I thought we approved the budget.
Yes, but by bylaws, we don't have that strategy.
You have already a different bylaw. That is practically the staff.
No, this is a new revenue.
It's a new one. Leave the old one until.
No, Chairman, I think I should. I think if what we are saying, then probably this can fall under operational issues. So we can put it there still without even appearing it. So we can still operate it.
Now, if you look at the bylaw, it has stated the income of the union. So now, if you are going to generate an income of the union that does not form part of the bylaw, it will be illegal because you have not, your bylaw does not support that. You understand? So, why would you be generating an income that is not supported? You have listed all your incomes that the bylaw says you should be generating. Now, you are doing an activity that is not.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. So, who can have the members of the community?
So it becomes part of our working document to support the drive.
Seconded.
Yeah. Okay. Please, we are very grateful. I think the board will communicate to you, unless of course, yes, Mr. Batawa.
The committee for the review of the comments, how is the composition will be like?
Yes. The board will resolve and communicate to you. Now, we saw that our, what do we call it? Our team is stakeholder sustainability of the cooperative credit. So, in doing so, the board at the meeting will look at it as part of the requirements for the committee, constituting the committee. So, we communicate to you, it will come to you individual messages, text messages, so that everybody in the committee has yes, even going forward from now, the concerns can start coming. Yes. Now, because some of the proposals we have made needs urgent attention. So the board is going to expedite action on them, because there are issues here that by regulation coming into 2023 has to be looked at. And that is, we're looking at the board exiting at a goal, and entire board is going to exit, and there must be a cure of certain loopholes that will be created. So we'll look at those things and expedite action. Yes, my brother.
Please, I wanted to get a clarification on the members' welfare contribution. What is, can you give us a little highlight on that?
Yes, you know, the credit union model operates on the social and business pendulum. It swings to the social and it swings to the business. The credit union is not a bank. It is to provide an aspect of the welfare support, social support to its members, whilst ensuring that we are viable to stand on our feet. We say that we are sharing 3 years of anniversary club to all our members. I don't think a bank will do that. So that makes us different from the bank. Understand? And we have put our resources together as a family, and we are using it to support ourselves. We all borrow from that. So the social aspect of this one is that welfare package, where our members will be contributing into, and the terms and conditions of benefits spelled out. For instance, if I will have to marry a second wife, then there should be a wedding ceremony. The credit union will be present, they will stake their stand, then all the attendees at that particular occasion, the marketing team will be present to market our products, and also provide support for our members. Then the solidarity and then the togetherness and one family business will be paramount among us. So that is the agenda we are pursuing.
I think in pursuit to that, the board also proposed improving the asset base, the mini bank that will be supporting the marketing team in the coming year to help in the membership drive. In the 5-year strategic plan, what we want to do is to increase our membership. What do you see? Yes, it's an aggressive year that we want to enter into. So we will acquire a van, a minibus, and then the marketing team would be at most of these functions, and then make presentation to our members at weddings and funerals. The details are being worked by the management team for implementation, so that members will get more membership, and therefore more revenue coming in, and then also help each other at such functions. presentation of gifts to after that we'll come to the general question. So let's look at the presentation of the gifts. Are they ready?
Sure.
Yeah, so let's look at the presentation of the gifts. Then after that we'll have the chairman the questions, general questions time, and then we'll have the chairman's closing remarks. You see, the people are tired. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, members, as we stated earlier, we have a few of our members who have been present in all our AGMs, and that is a full credit. So we want to honor these people and urge all other members also to be attending our AGMs. And the good thing about it is that they stay till the end of the program, and it's amazing. So, and they contribute effectively to the AGM, So I'll call upon the vice chairman. I'll call upon the vice chairman to do the first presentation on our behalf. So the vice chairman, please come forward and do the first presentation. The first presentation is an award by the management and staff of GRA. So the chairman is around now. The chairman will do the major presentations. The first one goes to the management and staff of NETCO. The management and staff of NETCO. The management and staff of NETCO, somebody should take it on their behalf. You take it. All right. So chairman, kindly come forward. And this is the citation. And let's open and read the citation. All right, let's leave it. Let's leave it. So, Chairman, please do the presentation. It's in recognition of the management and staff of NECO's contribution towards the building and sustaining the Hydro Credit Union as the major stakeholder. So, thank you very much. Beautiful citation being presented by the management and staff of Hydro Credit Union in honor of the management and staff of the Volta River Authority as part of stakeholders in building and sustaining the Hydro Credit Union, the Hydro Credit Union business. Thank you, Volta River Authority. of presenting this citation to Madam Love Grace Ofori, the past board chairman, vice chairman, who has the honor of then you come and pick. Then you come and pick.
There's only one lady.
All right. So, Vice Chairman, please do us the honor of presenting this parcel. Presenting this parcel from the management, the board, and the management staff of Hydrotech in the honor of Mrs. Grace Love Ofori for being there for the Hydrotech as a stakeholder and a former board member. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Love Ofori.
Please shoot it well so that you see.
Then to Mr. Ken Sakifiu. Mr. Ken Sakifiu, the Vice Chairman, will do us the honor of presenting. These are the founding members of the credit union and the past board chairman. Mr. Ken Sakifiu. Let's let Thank you very much, Mr. Ken Sakifiu. Thank you. Now we'll call on, the vice again, who has the honor of presenting, this parcel and citation to Mr. Ebu Amwa. Acknowledge their contribution towards AGMs. Mr. John Nikantesh. And today we are honoring you for being present in all our AGMs and contributing effectively to our operations wherever they are behind the chiefs. And we are so grateful and appreciate you today. Yes, and for more dividends. Because he says, we expect to earn something at the end of it. Mr. Janto, we appreciate you so much. The next is Madam Vivian Mate. Oh, my own lady. We appreciate you today for your role in the credit union. In fact, today we are honoring all our stakeholders. The team today is building and sustaining the hydro credit union business. The role of key stakeholders. We appreciate your presence and we appreciate you so much. We are grateful for all your contributions and all the persons that you have been and will continue to be in contributing towards the success of credit union. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Mr. Robert Bedu. I'm sorry, Dagger. We appreciate your presence in all our AGMs and we believe those that are yet to come will all be acknowledged. Your presence will be there, your contributions and everything that you do that makes the credit union so unique. We are recognizing your presence as a stakeholder in the credit union. Wow. Let's applaud for that. it's true. In fact, it's true. In fact, it's true. I think well deserved it. So a very beautiful citation from credit union to you for your contribution to the business of the credit union. All AGMs you have been present. So we say Ariko and thank you so much. Now, Auntie Sophia, are you online? Auntie Sophia, Mrs. Oh, we appreciate Sophia so much. A former board secretary. And he was so dynamic. And he was able to remember that 3 years back I was talking about the revenue reserve. Shows how brilliant she is. We acknowledge you and then give you this presence on behalf of the chairman will do us another honor by who? Honorable Jonathan Ayamdu. So honorable, we appreciate you for being present in all our AGMs, but today we didn't see you. We wish him well and hope that in the coming one he will be available. Last but not the least is Mohammed. Yaya. We appreciate you. We appreciate him for his attendance at all AGMs. This citation is for him in acknowledgement of the Hydro Cooperative Credit. Thank you for the honor, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate it. Now we are on general questions and answers.
No question.
General questions and answers. All those online, let's see your hand if you are still outstanding. Why? The thing is going on. Yeah, so let's see all online people if anyone has something to say. Yes, madam, come in.
Thank you very much. Now, during the presentation of the chairperson, they said that we are giving the control that our manager gives to the marketing team, to the pool. So, we have to call
entail. The board has a strategy of aggressive membership drive, and as a matter of fact, the conditions of staff require that staff are granted loans to purchase means of transport. The manager, over the years, was granted, the previous year, was granted car loan to procure means of transport. So ideally, we are indicated for that other associated maintenance costs as per the usage of own vehicle is also made for in the conditions of service. Fuel is also provided in that regard. So, like you suggested, the board looked at it holistically and saw that vehicle that is meant to be used by the cannot be used privately by the government. At least it should generate revenue for the union, and it needs to send it to the pool. We need to draw the vehicle back to the pool for the usage of the marketing team, which we think will improve and facilitate transportation. So we secure the bus that we have proposed for. I think the marketing team should be able to move and then win more investments. The corporate social responsibility.
Let me just check in that since you have moved with numbers, it's good that we make things more open members as we have appeared as the issue appears at the AGM. The board realized that the manager had been given a car loan of 150,000. So it's sufficient to buy a very good car to enable him to survive on good life. So those issues have run around about the fact that, maybe the board was trying to make things difficult for the manager. It has come to the attention of the board. So this has been done, and even prior to that period, fuel was being drawn and maintenance was also being paid, but he was still using the only car that was available. That is why the board took the decision that if that one has been provided, let's enhance operational activity by procuring the car. We even need to go forward by him assigning the car to the authority, because his members 150,000 that are given to him as a car loan. So we need to, get things done right, that he should buy the car and then even assign it to the authority, to the union. That one hasn't been done as yet. That's why the board took that decision. But the car is still available to him during all operational duties. So once all operational duties are concerned, the car is available to the manager. So it's not that the board is denying him the usage of the vehicle. At operational activities, the vehicle is available. But he comes to work with the car that you have granted him the loan to buy, and then he goes home with that car, just as it works at PRA2. So that was the reason that issue came up.
Okay, thank you very much, because if you don't know, I have been seeing that during good days. So when we are announcing them, and then all of a sudden it's wrong. If you make it clear to members, we don't have.
Exactly. So that's why.
So then I thought we had
tried.
price from that. It's not a test.
Yes, sir.
Please, I'm begging. Please, let your economists calculate our side now. I don't want us to go and then the father go to court. A dividend. Please, the 3 million and the 40%, which is higher? So if the 3 million is higher,
the 40%.
no.
It's 3099. You have taken down the figure. The 3 million is a little higher.
So that's give us a share.
Yes.
Give us a share.
Unless you get
Yes, that's what I want you to do.
They will do it and send to members.
We have no. If you don't do it, you don't get it. Right now, when I calculated the 3 million, when I calculated the 3 million, I'm getting 0.9194.
Okay. This is 30991333.5.
That is the figure.
Yes.
But what how does it? No, divide it by the number of shares so that we get the.
What you can do it. Let's.
You are not. So that's.
When you get to, this is a good idea. When you get to page 58, you have member share and equity. So member share now at 2021
It's 15
million. So you divide by that.
Divide by
That is the first.
So what do you so that those listening to us will see that they are not cheated when they go to the bank? You understand?
What is the figure? Mention it.
The figure, the member share. The total now. So you divide it by 3. So you get
Okay. So to get
the share.
the per share, we are dividing the member shares and the equity and the financial statement, which is 15,493,035 minus 18%. This is the member share. So we divided the member share, the 3 million by the member share. So 3099 133.54. So we are dividing that amount by the share. You see the value of the share. Okay. .2 per share. Yes. So last year it was how much? 0.1. So continue to pray for the board that will live long. And the corporate social responsibility issue, I explained that the union drives on both business and social support. So that is why the corporate social responsibility is part of our agenda, which we have taken. And going forward, we will be doing more of those activities. So we will give back to the community. The asphalted purposes. You know, our predecessors left a very good working environment for us to enhance on. And recently, we have the previous nature of the forecourt of the hydro cooperative territory. But there were potholes and the compound was dilapidated. And we usually have benchmarking visits. When there is a conference, They bring all the conference team members to visit Hydro Credit Union to see what we are doing. So internationally, when people come and you have this kind of compound, does not defeat your status at that level. Then packing. When rain falls, we have stagnant water settling on the compound. And members even have to sell their dresses and other shoes when they even get there to transactions. You hardly could get a place to put your feet. So, in fact, to allow room for parking, it is proper that we enhance and uplift the face of the union. That is branding. We need to brand our image, the image branding agenda. That is what the board did. And this cost is part of the capital injection that we have done. So it will be capitalized and it will be part of our asset. Then the Ghanaian language, I think, is very, very important. Just as we are going aggressively, people will have language barrier. And in your own can say, if you know your AGM, your local language, maybe Fra. Now, I want to semi-profono, or to be Munia, Posso, and the camera of Kakra. Ya kan profo kakra, ya kan chi kakra. Kan profo kakra na efe kakra, na fra sa efe yenya. And with this question you have raised or proposal you have given me, the Russia CFP, Samuel Yako, the country, the AG and liver and with P. Now, actually, and she said, will be a new question here, said you.
Okay, Chairman, please, closing remarks. To mention, sir, I've been to a couple of AGMs before. I've been to a couple of AGMs before. To abet my words, it's very unfortunate if we spend the whole day doing AGM here. Not even back of Ghana AGM can travel all this time. There's no snack, there's nothing. There's no snack. Snack by me, I didn't see anything. Okay, now, if I was so painful, the painful with Nasikatla, what bread. See the time management and the organizers of the AGM.
We apologize.
We need to step up. No, I'm not trying to ridicule anybody, but like you said, so we don't have to punish ourselves like that. Okay?
We apologize.
So that yes.
That
and finally, I'm happy Chairman has agreed for the motion to be moved for the bylaw to be relooked at. In fact, that is the work of a listening board chairman.
Yes.
So look at Samu. So I'm praying that we put a proper committee in place, not only at the board level,
yes.
Proper committee that will sit down and craft these ones, because we have operational issues and constitutional issues. You don't put them together. The constitutional issues, so we need even some experts to help us without them. But I want to see the brain.
Very good point. Henry, are you online? Aha.
I have some issues happening this. first thing has to do with our
AGM.
AGM is the highest decision-making body of the union. And if we are organizing, we have to start things. For instance, today we are so many, we're all cut off because of network. I believe the virtual platform came to supplement what we were already, not to replace it. So if we are organized, I mean, let's use it to supplement. If I may not be physically present at the meeting, and I will join by means of virtual, it's fine. But not when it looks like I'm being forced to go to a particular point, and at the end of the day, nothing happens. So that is one thing I want us to go at. The other thing has to do with our dividends. I think we should have a clear policy on dividends. If it is on shares, let's go. If it is on creating reserve, let's go. If it is on net surplus, let's go. Last year something happened. We all thought the dividend was declared on shares. We did our calculations and all that, but we had a test message. And the dividend has declared on net profit, blah 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 blah. In fact, it created a lot of problem at the Sumanya, branch. Yes, so let's have a clear dividend policy. Because I believe over the years, dividend has been declared on shares. That is why somebody was just trying to make a calculation that if 3 billion has been declared as dividend.
Okay, I think you have made your point. For want of time, we have made your point. We'll look at it. Mr. Kennedy Apia, are you there? Oh, okay, yeah, Sefa, please. Sefa, please come in. One submission each. We have 3 more people. For want of time, we have 3 more people. If you make one submission and we'll clear the items and close. Please, for want of time. Mr. Sefa, please come in. And 1 item. So if you have 2, pick the one that is most important. And then we move to Mr. Kennedy Apia. Then we move to Henry and then we close.
Mine is just one. It's on the members' welfare contribution.
Okay.
I just want to find out whether a motion has been moved for it to be accepted, because there is much to be discussed on the members' welfare contribution.
Yeah, it was accepted. It was accepted under the motion, so it has been declared operational. The details will be worked out and let members know, and will operationalize.
So members will get to know and then we'll discuss further before we operationalize.
No, we'll bring in the modalities. It has been approved at the AGM. So we'll bring up.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, yes, the members' welfare contribution has been approved, but then the rules governing the members' welfare contribution are not here.
Yes.
So I believe that when those rules are drawn, members will be given the opportunity to deliberate on them. That's what I want.
Is it Apia? Yeah, Kennedy Apia. From now onwards.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Kasa. Sarana, I am bored of also Tracia and the income board for the room. So, and we are going into the future, we will look at it. As an order, union, and I will do home, Aqua for yourself, over participating. Okay, yeah, who said members maybe, yeah, more citation. And we have taken note of you. Because you say, Yame Yaduma, you don't invite you. Now, Dua Bahana, Nababoa Paso, in Power, it was a fine Yamishra. Of course, we understand.
Let us say, I'm never get to a beautiful.
Yo, I think you are welfare issue. If you somebody are who are being Kirebi and I say who will be officer, who bet me the Abu board, no, am I operationalizing welfare issue now? I find a home, the board secretariat, receive input from members. Now, I can trivia for the board every year. Now, I am a man and your website is one. And without much ado, Kwaku Asare Sefa, who the last person? Oh, okay. Yo. If you have police officer, engineer, someone now to do the 2 years. Oh no, my police were official duty. And you know, our official duty. In fact, easy. Meeting her, you she me sa piano pack. Mindy, boom. And the dominance is several from one for me now. Papa, my former credit union, Apostle, one. You did say, yes, you are young so that they to my. And the said, who are be how dear or credit union? Bra, never catch her. Young so, the bit was permanent. I'm a union up and Namishram, one who says to the guy in so. And come home, no from could be here as we do. Yet, now, happy family, the credit union. We are united and work together. We shall stand strong and move the union forward. Thank you.
All right, the vote of cards.
Yeah. Yadi Brofuna, a few years now, the Promocasa and so, Sir, Yashania, the Radia, whatever you can say, power, sir, what my young people say, NDD and Ranamia. Now, Yadia, Sir, now a management team, a year, my fool, Ora, Gatti, now, the camera. Manager, take your chance before you go. Don't go. My idea, you have done very well. They say, for this year and what we have come to, you can't comment. Mama, young will say, my year, my year profit. Yes, I mean, and shampoo. One possible number 8, now, if you are now, young, you come back. Send a player. Eventually, I know where the being said, why the idea, Emma, a woman, let them must say. After so, can you fall 1 month, 1 call, 1 month, for you, that will be now acid, Greco, Netco, VRA, Obipia, and get our massy. After ball, God, yeah, must say. Now, the course, no, said. For the leadership skill, and this how a dear Sonia, your home work, Kaya, now your shots, that one yabu carry a cup, near you and pay for a movie deep, who then if your shots here, ever do so, and just a year fruit, Yami extra woman now. After 1 hour, woman drink, Uriah, boy, our phone so. Most of my idea say, you took any ama. Now, I think a woman is a Sidani year. Present a case, yet to emotion. Any about Tarina, Yakan Parina at the house. Now, woman so, woman. So, say, woman who said, and need a show. Yamin share Olivia and penny for I everything for another tired. If I find my catchy. I know that you go, I must say, announce. Yes. I want winners and so making out this year and yes, I said, you're near some. Yes, I must say, I'm sure we are. Amen.
I didn't think you are praying. Mo, Yesu. Yeah, that was it. Mo, Yesu, mo. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it. Waye bio, mo, Yesu, yeah, that was it, wadia waya. We are praying. Psalm 90, verse 12. Teach us to number our days, that we might find the heart of wisdom. Renewaya my Jenyame, the Wadumpa, and then Shemua on this AGM. That I will see you are here, say I obey. Now, I'm a young son, and the I've here, I don't credit you home. You did you medina, say you did. Ebenezer, you're the Abeduni. Stress said. Poya po ankasa wema yes any awarding throughout the coming year it will be a juma and pija are creating you to the next level. If you are so if you here so ankasa be kan home kai betremo ni bibia boy mo ban ni akodu fie jojo yakokan busu afon the osi ayo what yes to dim about prayer. Amen.
That was a powerful prayer from the presenter.
Thank you all. Thank you.
I tell you, forgive yourself.
Hello. Please, we have our food at the reception. So let's go and have Volta Hotel.
Yes,